Alright. Hey, chat. Welcome, guys. How's it going? Nini in chat, look at that. Hi, Crucible. Hi, Deftom. We have some work to do here. Is my stream loading? Yes, right. Okay. Here we are. How's everyone doing, guys? Jace. Can't wait to play Blade Dance Rogue. Yeah, it's gonna be really fun. I've been working on that build already. Dance of Knives. We'll see how this will go exactly. Can definitely tweak stuff here and so on. Seems like our resistance calculations are kind of broken here right now. I just noticed. Very weird. Currently have 291 shadow rests from bonuses and -0 from penalties. Okay. Yeah, some stuff is a bit wonky here. It looks at the planner. Okay. We can start adding the new Paragon boards now, and actually we can look around like what do these boards actually have. They moved Hunter Killer of the movement speed, for example. They made it healing received in armor. Is the armor calculation good? Who knows? No, armor calculation is not good. They moved life from gems. Yes, that's like actually like a change they're doing. This is like strength gems now. And actually this should be, I guess, just dex gems now, right? So there's this. There's all stats as well. There's healing received. And yeah, 150 dex is not bad, to be honest. Would you use that over 50 all stats? I mean, 50 all stats is also nice and all. But I think it will just be like a dex gem angle. Just put dex gems now everywhere. Like this, for example. So we do this. We do this. Do we have runes? Do we have 2 sockets? Ah, shit. I guess we don't have the functionality for 2 sockets just yet, or? No. So I guess we're gonna do runes here for now. Do we have runes? Wait, where are the runes? Not yet, I guess. What the hell? That looks kind of fucked. Alright. Okay, some stuff is a bit wonky here. I guess we're gonna do this. Wait, why can I not? Okay. Wait a minute. If I have 5 points in a skill, I cannot use this. Or this. That's funny. Okay. That's kinda hilarious. Alright. Mastery, trigger attacks, unstable. There's damage reduction. My god, everything looks so weird because of the Shaco. I think the Shaco probably just breaks everything. Not even. Where's that coming from? Idle contribution? Like from what? I need to figure out what's going on there. If that many points, what can go wrong? Yes. Yeah, it looks a bit wonky here. But okay, I was gonna like save this for now, and then we're gonna hope for the best. I thought we would have runes now, but it turns out runes are not here yet. I think Riff told me that he got them, but he has not implemented the logic for them, I guess. Looks like when you push something to prod on Friday. You never know what kind of bugs are gonna sneak in there. It's one of this, man. That's fine, we can work with it anyway. We can look at the Paragon nodes and stuff. I also want to do the new Paragon board. So let's check that one out. Danse Macabre. Subterfuge. Mobility cooldown. Distant. Close. Res. Life. Is this like life and damage after dodging an attack? Or what is the other node there? I guess we'll find out. Oh, damage to healthy, actually. Okay. Thanks, Ancient, for the 21 months, by the way. Appreciate this up. Nintendo guys. You're having a blast breaking the planner at the moment. Yeah, like, everything just kind of broke. It's like the glyphs are also really fucked. Do we have one of them? Like here, these nodes get buffed by like way too much for some reason. Look at the 6,000 wound damage. Like, what the fuck is going on? Yeah, it's a bit weird. Oh, big old drunkie. Thank you, man. I wonder actually if we should play this like as a poison imbued build, the Dance of Knife stuff. Because traditionally it's like poison that you play. I hear calm points, grand charges that can exceed the maximum and are spent when you stop channeling. The calm points are spent when you stop channeling. Okay. We'll see how this works. Maybe we should make a poison version out of this, similar to like Poison TB and Poison Flurry and such. This might actually be a better way of doing it. But then I guess we'll see about like Synergy, for example. Synergy is probably not going to work with something like Poison Imbue. Well, maybe it does, I don't know. It also looks like damage per Dark Shadow is much weaker. 60% instead of 110. That seems like they have nerfed it. By like 40%. I guess. Yeah, it looks like these numbers are lower. Any other weird changes? Yeah, res goes higher now. Dex goes higher. Life is fucked. I have 40 maximum life on this build. Nice. Oh no. Ah, wait a minute. So res rolls are now equal to res tempers. Interesting. What about dodge? Does it be... Yeah, dodge also seems higher than normal. 13.1% dodge. What about the dodge temper? Dodge temper is the same, I think. Not sure about the dodge roll. Oh, wait a minute. How much rest do you get from these big gems now? 60. That's a lot. And those are 12. Oh, interesting. Wait. They were changed. This was 45, right? Now it's 40. So that's actually equal to diamonds now. They give 40 and they give 40. So they, like, in comparison, buff diamonds and mistaking all res. Interesting. Feeling class a good spot compared to other classes at the moment. Yeah, I mean, buffs are still fine. They're not like top tier, like Lightning Spear, Swords or something right now, but otherwise, I mean, they have a bunch of good builds. They're very beefy, easy to play as well. They have a good leveling and early game, so I think it's okay. I want to make a rogue build of Frostburn, Azure Wrath, Penitent, and Cold Clip. And you're gonna name it Heart of Ice. Max item power is 800 now. World boss in 30 seconds. Yeah, I'm not gonna log in for that. And the Paragon is going to be completely different. No, the boards are largely unchanged. So one big change they have done is that every single glyph socket no longer has a defensive node. In the past, there was always one offensive, one defensive. And now all of the defensive ones on the glyph sockets are gone and they have moved elsewhere. So that's like the main change here. Defensive nodes cannot be buffed by glyphs anymore. So you cannot reach like 100% damage reduction or something, because some of these, like if you look at, let's say, Diminish, here I get like a 520% bonus to rare nodes. If you could put that on, let's say, Cheap Shot, that used to be like 15% damage reduction or something, I believe, from slot enemies. So if you get like a 500% buff, it would be like, I don't know, 90% or so. There would be other cases where I can probably hit 100. You really want to make Azure Wrath work on Rogue. I mean, if you go for all this stuff, you want to go for a lot of like lucky hits. So try to do something like with Puncture, or with Barrage, or with Heartseeker, Chemical Advantage, and these kind of things. Cold, Rain of Arrows seems promising. Yeah, I can do Cold. But I think with the new key passives that he got, like the viability of Cold Rain of Arrows probably went down, and you want to go deeper into the Poison variant. Like, Cold was a thing when Precision was really powerful, but now Precision kind of like lost a bit of appeal. On the other hand, Precision gained a bit of appeal, because we get so much additive damage from the Glyphs. The Glyphs give a lot. Like, let's say you have like a level, I don't know, let's say 60 Glyph, right? Yeah, boom. There's like so much additive damage here I get. So, that's kind of nice as well, I guess. I'm not sure what level I should put. I guess level 100 glyphs is very unrealistic. Level 80? Maybe? Might just put 80 or something for now. Hard to say what's going to be like a realistic number here. It seems like the legendary bonuses are always just some damage multiplier. And that's it, basically. Okay, what do we do here? Class damage. Pride has damage to elites. Interesting. I wonder how good something like this will be. It's just bonus to normal. It's basically TOB glyph. Radius 5, pick up every single node. It's a lot of nodes. But only 4 radius mostly. Dude, there's like literally just one point here just for this purpose, basically. Look. That's funny. What else do we have though? Increase when damage to elites. Goes to this. I wonder if at this point, when you have so much additive, there would actually be other offensive tempers. I know there is offensive tempers for example, Spiritborn with passives. I think other classes don't really have offensive, like, passive tempers or so. But something like Inner Sight Duration could suddenly be much more useful. Caltrop Size and Caltrop Duration is now actually an offensive temper as well. Interesting. So this core thing. What about Leonana's Instinct? Up to 35%, okay. So like one core tempo could actually allow you to get this Leonana's Instinct thing. How good is it? Okay. So this glyph actually doesn't work at all. Very weird. We actually don't pick the magic note there. You definitely don't want to pick any of this additive stuff. Something like that. It looks so weird. One, two, three, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Something like this. Yeah, I wonder how long it will take to get all these okay, it's like plus 2% elite damage per level. Per 10 levels. So upping all 5 of your glyphs gives you probably something like 10% multiplicative damage bonus or so, depending on which you use and how big the bonus is for you. Here we're closer. Wait a minute, do we have like 3 different glyphs that give non-physical damage? He has Infusion, he has Efficacy, and he has Canny. They all give non-physical as a triple bonus. Is there another one? There's specifically Poison. There's specifically this. What about Frost Feeder? Damage to Shield or Frozen? I feel like these glyph values are so large. Like, maybe you should even go something like Combat. 66.5, dude. 650. Oh my god, all these numbers are fucked, man. But just on the multiplier, it's already like 6% more DPS. And not more additive. The additive alone is probably also like, I don't know, 15, 10. But you lose the 10 there. And I mean, this normal buffing node is also not bad. Basically, we get the times 6 on all of this that it says here. So we get, or like times 5 extra. So this is like 300 strength, 250 int, 100 will, and 400 dex. Just not even this glyph. I mean, that is a lot of stuff, actually. 300 strength also a lot of armor, I suppose, because there's resources. It's int. I wonder like how much res and stuff we're actually gonna get from int now. If it's gonna remain the same. Here as well. Okay. I think this normal glyph could actually be kind of legit. Because there's just so many nodes that it can buff there. Subterfuge cooldown. Kinda whatever I feel. Yeah, I'm doing Season 6 planner right now. This is the PDR update. It's a bit buggy and stuff, but yeah. What do you need to do to get a planner for your cold Fury build? You'll do anything. Sounds very exciting. I mean, to be honest, I am kind of... We have very limited time here, and I'm also going to be away for 2 nights, starting tomorrow. So I'll come back, and then it's PTR time, and, you know, I need to use my time right now, and not work on meme builds. You can do this afterwards, maybe. But I would say you take a build like the Andariel's Barrage Rogue, remove the Andariels, work more on like crit damage instead of poison damage, and then you can play something like that with what you're describing. Stat squish into 5 billion hits, exactly. I think there's a real possibility we're gonna do more damage than before after the stat squish. I mean, some of the stuff is insane. Okay, we're missing, like, you know, some multipliers from like extra glyph or something, but these glyphs are crazy. All this new stuff is crazy. Killed Lilith with lunging strike, nice. What pillar should you strive for efficient material farming? Well, most of it is in Infernal Hordes these days, but you should go for 101 if you go to pit. Wait, what happened here? Did it change the Texel trade board or something? Where's this connection? The connection is gone. This one. Look, it doesn't even show that the connection is broken. Okay. That is odd. Oh, that's live now. I guess we should take that. Dude, 10 armor. Looks so funny. Thank you, Buck. Appreciate the sub. You can get like 700% imbued potency with the key passive, yeah. It's gonna be wild. Here also, like, this is just missing. Is it the same on the other classes? They removed like a node there, or what? I think this is Blood Rage board. Yeah, look, this one is just missing. You just go there, and then... Ugh. You have to add 3 instead of 1. Or try to do something like, you know... like this. Kind of weird. So let's do something like this. This thing is 95 dexterity. Actually 100 dexterity in range. Look at this. 100. Kind of funny. I wonder if I actually have to activate a glyph to get the bonus. What if I... What happens? Like, it says you just get it, right? So you can probably still go for the min value, like something like this. And it doesn't say that it doesn't work, I guess. Increase marks and skills damage, it's just active, I guess. What the fuck? I wonder if this is buggy or something. Oh, what is this? Did they actually, like, intentionally just make this path longer? What is this spearhead thing? What is it called? Spearhead. I think this is like this damage to healthy enemies that used to be there. Yeah, I don't know. So I guess you kind of want to pick up all the magic nodes if you do something like this. Weird. Shadow rest. Should pick up the rest there while we add it. Oh. They added extra rest node there. That's cool. So in both cases, like 6 points here and then 6 points here to get to the gate. And there's also 6. Mm-hmm. I guess you'll see like how much armor and how much res we need and so on. We have to get a bit of a feel for this before we really jump in there. And there's an extra int node I didn't have before. Wait, did I change this? What happened here? I think it's the same on all of the glyphs, right? They all have like 3 small nodes now. This used to be the strength node here. This 5% damage used to be a strength node. And same here, this 8% elite I think didn't exist. Or it was here. Yeah, they changed this a little bit. This is why it looks so weird. Because they added like a blue node everywhere. Here as well. Like this was already the case. But now they added like this node. Playing local or landing with the outfits of fate. Next season, plans like tempers like Bash maybe will be viable. Doesn't it have the same tempers, lunging strike? Like the cleave stuff or what? Chance to deal double damage, okay. Yeah, I mean the problem is like a bit of lack of AoE, huh? But lunging strike could be like a viable single target option at least. £300 spent. Might be a bit optimistic. So, I don't know. We'll see what happens, I suppose. But let's do something like this here. We have our 5 boards. 66,000 strength, Monka. 1337% crit chance. That's cool. Okay. Yeah, the planet looks really weird right now. I guess we're gonna try to kind of fix the builds that we have already, and then we're gonna start working on new stuff. I want to make like, you know, one build for the new skills for the all classes. Let's see what we can do on Death Trap. So this looks okay. We don't have these weird decimals, but we have 88 points for some reason. So it's still kind of odd. I guess I have to go do strength, do dex gems. Actually, yeah. This is fine. And actually, here I also want to do grand and stuff, right? Grand. What do you have here? Res. We have cold. We have lightning. Shadow. Let's just do a diamond, I suppose. Oh, I'm missing one. Fire. Oh, no, we have that here, so that's the diamond. Grand diamond is 12 auras. Kinda good. How much life per kill is this here? Or skull? 2. Okay, I don't know how much that will be. Yeah, I saw the Spiritborn Mythic Glyph. Very balanced. There's a lot of very balanced stuff on the Spiritborn, so I guess it just follows the The typical power scheme. So this lightning rest roll is now higher. So I'm gonna just go to 30 rest. I already kind of expected that. How can I update this? Like this? Yeah. And same here, I suppose. Wait, what the fuck happened to my third stat here? Was like a life or something? Oh, there's a new stat here. Lucky hit, chance to heal. That wasn't there before. Arriving. Seems like it's just some deleted stat. Was that a chance to make vulnerable? Oh shit. That was a chance to make enemies vulnerable. That's gone, or what? Or maybe just buggy here. Okay, we'll see. I mean, not such a huge deal with a Curse Touch. Just gonna leave the stat as it is for now. Not too much to change here, but let's make the glyphs higher. Spiritborn will clear pit 100, day 1. Yeah, I mean, there's like at least like 2 or 3 separate ways to just become like completely damage immune on Spiritborn. So that's kind of cool. Wait a minute. So damage reduction and res is now here. Damage reduction, damage reduction, damage reduction. Okay, damage to trapped and crit damage. Okay, what do I got here? Closer. Now, closer doesn't actually really help us. Yeah, I mean, it does have like additive value that is kind of shitty. We could consider just like changing this to, for example, snare. It's 31% trap damage instead of 20 close. But you also lose this 10 DR. There's Turf, which has also has 10 DR. Or we just throw in a Headhunter glyph again. But this really is lacking a lot of damage compared to Snare. It's like 15% less on the multiplier. Or maybe like 12, 13. Chip increases damage to vulnerable targets. Dude, I wonder if this vulnerable targets thing, is this the same as exploit glyph? Increase damage to vulnerable targets. I wonder if this actually goes in your stat sheet and then you can like double dip from that with victimize again. Oh no. So chip exploits. That's gonna be funny. Yeah, maybe there's actually a snare angle, man. That's a lot of damage for traps. Look at how far this is, man. Holy shit. There's not really like a int angle here. This is 95 dex, for example. 54 ints. 44 ints. 59 ints. We should maybe do something here. But I also want to buff these nodes. Oh wait, we don't actually want to do that anymore. Like, magic buffing nodes are actually not really like crazy anymore, as realized. Like, there's no defensive nodes to buff anymore. They moved this thing up here like at one point. Okay. Potion, life per 5 seconds. He has life and res. Oof. Okay. I guess he's gonna pick up these int and damage nodes or whatever. Might be worth it anyway, with like something like versatility. But they have way too much stacks here. We actually don't want that. Way too much stacks. We also need this. So you have like 16.8% damage. X. This is like the multiplier from the legendary bonus. And then strength int, damage, ultimate damage. Okay, it's actually not bad to have this here. Because it actually buffs the ultimate damage nodes that are pretty powerful. Not sure how much exactly they are. I think 37.5 baseline. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it doesn't really change. I just have too much stacks, I guess. Where do we go this way? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, okay. Thanks, Mark. Appreciate it. 21 mouse. Yeah, in the PTR, I can use the new abilities. They're all there. New Paragon bots. Everything is there. Just the mercenaries are missing. I can play everything. Let's get the int nodes. All rest nodes. This is only 49 int with a radius of 5. It's actually crazy. Options are gone now. Yes. I mean, let's open up like some options in the armor slots. But I think main stat will just kind of win most of the time. Because all stats, I don't know, 50 all stats doesn't really compete with 150 main stat, I feel. But there could be cases where this could be nice because you just get like some nice little perks. You know, you get a bit of crit, a bit of res, a bit of healing, a bit of resource, a bit of armor. Yeah, it doesn't sound so bad actually when you think about it. It's only 44 int here. We have int. This is also int. This is a dex. This is strength. So this has big traps damage. This has big traps damage. Actually, I just realized that ambush is gonna be exclusively for trap builds now. Because of the legendary bonus, you cannot actually use the ambush on non-trap builds. I mean, you can use it at level 15 while leveling your other glyphs to 46. I think there will be like scenarios where you will just use this glyph level to 15 and then leave it there until you have another glyph at 46 and then swap. So I can see that happening. What is the skill that after you dash shadow drop clouds that search for the enemy and explode? This is the accursed touch aspect. Am I surprised about what Riker said, that 85% of the 4 players are solo players? No, but I would have expected a slightly higher number. One, two, three, four, five. One, two, three, four, five. It looks very weird now because legendary node and legendary glyph. Previously was rare. But okay, I guess. Let's see the other boards a little bit, actually. I want to check them out. What they look like now. Spell weakness has 1 damage to elites. 1 injured. Here's still the damage reduction and the life, so it's still very good defense here. With an okay magic node, legendary node. Really crappy pathing, but they made pathing a lot crappier on... Where's the ambush board, actually? So the deadly ambush still has really good pathing. And so does the new board. Also has really good pathing. Not as good as deadly ambush, but almost. And then also has usually pretty good clusters there. Yeah, Cheap Shot got way worse pathing. You have to go all the way around now. It's like plus 5 nodes or something to path instead of this one. Yeah, this is what it is. Takes out a trade. Also has like slightly worse pathing than before, but it's fine. There's still SDR and SDR and the life. And more life. It actually has 2 life clusters. Takes out trade is actually a pretty cracked board now, man. If you can use it, I would really want to pick this up every time. Like exploit weakness, it does have 1 life cluster and 1 DR cluster. Dawn's Macabre has half a DR, half a DR, a life cluster, and a rest cluster. Cunning has a life cluster and a rest cluster. And I guess armor, but I'm not sure how much we should care about armor. The Ranas has a res, half DR, I guess. Another res. Then rest life. Not terrible. There's like lots of rest here. But you can't buff the rest nodes anymore. Rest nodes are very far away now. Oh shit, wait a minute. Cheap Shot got even better. So there's Safeguard and now this. Rest and Life. Oh my god, okay. That's actually pretty nuts. I mean, it lost this slow DR, but that's kind of okay. And wait a minute. There's this connection. Wait. I should just remove this shit here. Wait, they changed this. So you can like path straight to the rare node. I didn't see this earlier. You can path straight to the rare node. Okay. So they changed that layout. I have to pick this up here. One, two, three. Okay. Hey Dante. Thanks so much for the famous. Trap and damage 2 trapped. Wonderful. Trap cooldown, trap cooldown. I guess just take it. This also looks slightly different, but it basically just added a node there, right? I think this was not there before, so it doesn't really matter for anything. And here Eldritch Bounty has the Res Armor Cluster. Also not bad to pick up, honestly. Maybe we should just like, go for it. And then it has the Life Cluster, another half the R and Res. Also maybe worth picking up. So it's so much Res now, I feel. Especially now that they do have these points, it might be worth. Like while in Torment 2, for example, or in Torment 3, you start leveling up your Paragons and then just pick up all of the Res clusters, and that will make up for the loss of points that you get from, or like for the extra points that you get from like the higher levels. And then once you figure out Paragon, it might not be so hard. I wonder if like Barb, for example, got a bit more rest in these kind of things. I should take a look on Barb. I'm curious, because Barb traditionally had like no rest on the Paragons, besides like 1 or 2 clusters, I think. I wonder if they gained anything. Or how they're supposed to solve this. How many living steel chests in one hell tide? 1 in each zone. So it's usually 2 or 3 in Kyrgyzstan. Dude, so many fucking boards. Okay. Resistance. Oh, look at that. So there's fire, there's cold, there's fire, there's poison, there's bleed, DR, and fire res. Here's all res. Yeah, they certainly added a lot of resistances here. Okay. It's gonna be interesting. I wonder like how often we're actually gonna swap around our Paragons just because we suddenly can do like res or need res because we swapped an item or something like that. How much does extra 100 points change the Paragon making? Not as much as you would think. The main reason why Paragons are different now is because we are limited to 5 boards. So you have to choose exactly 5 legendary nodes that work, and then exactly the 5 best glyphs. And then everything afterwards is just kind of like whatever. So this is kind of how it works. And we just pick up like all the small stuff that kind of does something. Like here, this is like something we would not necessarily take, like this DR over time. Like these are points that you could like spare, for example. Or this here potentially. Or, you know, maybe I would not go for this cluster here, I would just go for the node. And maybe I would not fill out my, like here I fill out my glyphs a lot more. I have like a max glyph here, a max glyph there. Like you just like pick up these things now. Because you're gonna get so much of your additive damage just from glyphs. You could get 400. This is level 80 glyphs, by the way, not even 100. So you get 400, 500, 900 total. Then this is like 1250 total. Then here's a bit, it's like 13, 1600, 2000, 2100. So we have like 2.1k increased damage just from the glyphs. And this is level 80 glyphs. So with like 100 glyphs, it will be like 2.5k or something. And like even these Dark Shadow temples, they were nerfed now, for example. They're not really gonna be that crazy anymore. It's like 250, 250. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4. It's like 1000. 5, 6. Like 1500 on top. It's still pretty decent, I suppose. But not that crazy anymore. Hey guys, just Elena, thank you for the raid. How was the stream? Hope you had a good time. We are doing some theory crafting for for next PDR. Just been like checking out some of the new Paragons and so on. Did they specify 5 extra boards or 5 boards including the start? It's 5 boards total with the start. You add 4 boards. Yeah, you choose 4 boards and 5 glyphs. This is what you do now for Paragons. So it's like all generally just a bit more simple. You just kind of go for, you know, whatever legendary node looks good, and then whatever other legendary node looks good, and then whatever other legendary node looks good, and then you just fill it up with glyphs, and that's it. So it has become way easier to make Paragons. Also way less, you know, rigid with like, okay, you really have to stretch it very thin with the points, and then have to try to like, you know, make those really tough decisions about which points do you spend where. Or like, can you maybe squeeze out one more point in the pathing by removing this here and then taking another gate? Like all these concerns have become much more diminished now. Like, yeah, I still have 45 points, maybe more actually. So there's gonna be more from renown or whatever. So I don't know where to put those 45 points now. Look at this, I have everything. Okay, there's this one rare cluster that doesn't matter, or this rare cluster that doesn't matter, or this rare cluster that really doesn't matter. Yeah, there's something like this here. I can pick up the rest, for example. This is probably something I want to do. So yeah, this is not terrible. For example, there's a bit of the alpha dots and a bit of res. That could be useful. And then, I don't know, maybe you pick up some of these armor nodes, right? I haven't really taken the armor nodes there. But yeah, this is kind of like how this will go, I think. Hunting the GA Shaco. It's a fake. Well, good news. I think that these mythic items in the future will be always ancestral, which means they will always have 1 GA. So it's gonna be way, way, way easier to get like the GA of your dreams on your Shaco. Yeah, it's 5 boards total. At least that's what I'm making. 4 boards would be kind of nice because it could make like a nice little square. Honestly, I would probably be happier if like Paragons was limited to 200 points and not 300, but you only had 4 boards. Like, if there's one thing I wanted from Paragons, it would be less points. But okay, it is what it is, I guess. $2,000k armor will be hard to get for T4. I don't know. We have no idea about armor. Like these items here, I think they're hard-coded. Like this armor value, for example, 1619, this is just like item power times 1.75. And for the boots, it's like item power times 0.5. And so on. So all of these armor pieces have like a hard-coded value in the planner, because that's the same as in the game. Helms have at 1.25 multiplier. This is 175. This is half. This is half, and this is exactly 1-to-1. And then the total outcome is you get, I think, 4.5 times the armor of your average item power on your armor, basically. So this means if you have 925 in all 5 slots, and then times 4.5 of that, you get roughly like 4.5k. A bit more, a bit less on live server. But we don't know what's the new number. It was not specified anywhere. It seems like it's not data mineable either. So we'll see, I guess. Yeah, it's going to be 800 instead of 925. That's also true. Yeah, I could imagine that these numbers are just way lower now. So maybe the boots, instead of giving you half of the item power as armor, they may maybe give it like only 10%. So an 800 item power boots is maybe just 80 armor or something. And the pants will be 80. Or I don't know, something like that. So my favorite Rouge build this season. I really liked Aerostorms. I played a lot of it actually. In fact, I'm actually leveling a Aerostorms rogue right now again, just for fun, with only level 1 items to see when I will die. Death Trap, but don't do that, it's terrible. It's actually not. Like, Death Trap Rogue is already playable. Someone showed me a video of like them doing tier 8 hordes with it. It wasn't like super smooth, but it works. And Death Trap is actually a plan I have open right now. This is gonna get some insane upgrades on Wednesday. So I'm very excited to see this in action. It's gonna be pretty good, I think. You cannot actually spend points here as well as in some of these. Wait, what's going on? I cannot actually change anything here. Oh, funny, because of this points, this prevents me from spending points. Okay, it's like some weird bugs here. I cannot put the points there. Okay, also the aftermath, for example, and stuff like that. That's a bit weird. Yeah, this is buggy, and there's like some bugs going on. They changed a lot of stuff, I guess, behind the scenes, and they just broke a lot of stuff in the planner. I mean, I can spend the points now. Or can I just not spend the last 11 points? Oh, you're right. We have the points, but I can't click anything. I thought this was just like unique to this. Alright. Interesting. So it doesn't have anything to do with this, huh? What if we do a new one? Rogue. Okay, so it's only about these last 11 points that break something, so you can actually do this properly. And then at 11 we're just stuck. Okay, interesting. How much damage do points and Death Trap give you? Same as for the other skills, we expect. 10% of base per point. Yeah, 5 points in the ultimate skills is really huge, because it also lowers the cooldown. Just having those 4 extra points into your ultimate skill should lower the base cooldown of the skill by 18%, just from the 4 points. You get -5, -5, -4, -4, they're all additive. So it's 18%. So your base cooldown is 82% instead of 100. So in the case of a Death Trap, for example, it starts at 50, and then you have 82%, so you have a 41 seconds cooldown. You don't even need extra points. All you need is 75% cooldown reduction, and then your cooldown is 10.25. You don't even need Shaka. I'll need the Shaka for the cooldown, probably. Because else we probably don't reach at 75. So this is why, in this setup. But for example, for Rain of Arrows, we could get away without a Shaka, I think. On the Rain of Arrows plan, I also did it, but we don't need it. It's 25. What is 25? Yeah, the planner is buggy right now. Oh, oops. We know helms are 100 and chest pieces are 140. Oh, at 800 you mean? Okay, that's good news. So, helm is 100. Helm is currently a 1.25 multiplier of the item power. So that is actually changing from 1.25 to 1/8, basically. Each point in Death Trap is 25%. I guess you're looking at the absolute value, not the relative value. This goes from 875 to 9. Okay, we have the chakra equipped. Unequip. No, this is exactly 10% of the damage. The cooldown goes down 5%. Yeah, so this is like exactly what you expect. Minus 5% of the base cooldown per point, and so on. Yeah, I think it's fine. We'll see. Maybe there's like some weird different system, but I would right now I just expect it's the same as normal. Okay, helm 100, chest 140, pants 80, gloves, boots, and 40, all at 800. Thank you. Where's that from actually? But it's good to know. So this means the total is 240, 320, 400. They have 400 armor. So what's the multiplier? Gloves and boots give you 5% of the item power. Helm gives you 12.5. How does that correlate to what it is now? Yeah, it's actually... This is actually exactly the same multiplier as before, just divided by 10. Like an 800 item power helm is exactly 1000 in live patch. And then 800 item power boots is exactly 400. So it's exactly what it is now, divided by 10. Pants is exactly 800, gives you 80. Okay, so you just divided everything by 10. So you're gonna have 400 base armor. And you will need 2000 armor. That's a lot of armor. They divided Paragon nodes by 5. So Paragon nodes have, in comparison, gained value. If you look at something like this here, this used to be 50. And this used to be 100. So that's 10 and 20. So it's like divided by 5 only. This is divided by 10. What about the skulls? How good are they? 240. So 3 skulls is 720 armor. It's like a third of the total that they need. Or including armor equipped. You need only 1600. You get 720 from that. They need 880. Wonder if you can see the values for Juggernaut here. We can actually. It goes up to 13,999. So funny enough, Juggernaut will not completely ridiculously overcap you anymore. They actually finally balance it out a little bit. But it will still be enough to cap. We don't know how much the stats give. They probably nerfed the contribution from, for example, strength here. I imagine also to like 0.1 or 0.2 of what it was. So let's say you have like 500 strength, you might get 100 armor. Skulls were halved. Only halved actually. 160 armor. Yeah, skulls seem like relatively efficient actually at getting armor now. Chuck is 300 to 600. Are you sure? Why does it show so much here? I mean, if Chuck is only 600, then it's actually not very useful. Unless you're just forced to run it to get the armor. Heartseeker is a good build. I played it as well a bit. I did tier 8 hordes with Heartseeker. Pretty fun. The cap is 1k, but you also get armor penalty in higher build tiers now. In Torment 1 you get 250 and then up to 1000. So you actually need 2000 armor. Not just 1000. Yeah, Disobedience is unchanged. But Disobedience is something that I really don't want to rely on. They did improve it though to 46. So this means you only need to hit like around 70% of the armor required. Like you need to hit 1400 and then have Disobedience stacked to be kept. But I really hate playing with it. I don't want to do that. You also need to ramp it up and stuff. I have a feeling we're gonna have so much damage and we really have to include like a lot of defense in your builds. Somehow. There's so much crazy damage stuff, but you just can't take it all. You're gonna get fucking squashed. Like, we lost so much defense. We have no rubies anymore. And all that stuff. I also think that Doombringer just gained a lot of value in this patch. Dynamite Glyph, Nizakent, the Herald with potentially 27 ranks to all skills is insane. Yeah, some people are excited about the all skills, but what's actually really good is that you get effectively invincibility from the vulnerable damage reduction passive, what it's called. It's on the weapon. But 27 ranks is not that crazy. Masterworking needs a super fast quality of life update. We heard you. We nerfed masterworking materials gain by 90%. How about that? Quality of life. Let's check made of arrows again. Okay, do Dance, Macabre. We have efficacy, versatility, tracker, control. And then we need Kenny. It's gonna only have 49 int though. How much does this do? 33.33. That's the same. Non-physical, poison. So I think this is gonna be a Kenny. And this is gonna be a Bane. You don't actually care about this cooldown stuff here, right? On this build. But we have to go for the glyph. We have to go for these nodes. But yeah, all this stuff is kind of pointless. Okay. It's like 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's a lot of points, man, just to get this one strength there. I'm not sure if I even want to do this. Might not be worth it. Does it scale? Oh, the legendary bonus only scales with the levels. So not with the investment. I guess we don't even gonna do that. We're not even gonna do this. So something like that. Still has 54 strength anyway. We're missing tracker actually. Shit. So efficacy, versatility, control. I think control is something you could give up here. Let me go tracker instead. Which by the way is also int. Increases the poison damage. I really wonder if this is gonna increase the sheet poison damage. Mm-hmm. Something like that. Let me pick this here. Two, three. 1, 2, 3. So like this maybe. This int value looks kind of funny. But yeah, it is what it is. I guess they only bust the rare nodes. Damage and alt. There's also the life that we want to pick. Something like that maybe. Take the res. And then everything else is kind of like irrelevant. This looks really cursed. Just like this one path down here. What if you do like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3? It doesn't really change a thing. But from here we could go faster down here, but this doesn't really matter because we go there. We need so many int nodes, that's the problem. Versatility, this is dex, int, strength, int. Yeah, that's what it is, I guess. Okay. Yeah, this is buggy of the int and stuff. Also, like a lot of stuff is broken here. How careful do you have to be with tormented bosses? On hardcore, I mean? I mean, as long as you dodge their stacks, or you scroll out when you have too many, then you're fine. The bosses are not really dangerous as long as you don't have stacks. Two, 4, 5. Okay. 5. This is 5. What about this one? Yeah, we could actually literally just not take any int node, but this one, right? This one has still int. Knowledge still has int. It's the only glyph radius node that does not have main stat on any class. This one here. It's kind of funny. It has int instead of dex on a rogue board. Usually it's always dex on every rogue board. There's always strength on every bar board and so on. This one is int. And you can buff it with the rare buffing node that also needs int. So it just kind of like buffs itself and activates itself. It's kind of funny. So we could actually cut off 4. This is like a lot of points here. We won't need any of this if we put a different board somewhere. This is 6 points now. This is 7. This is 6. This is 6. This is also 6, but anyways, we get this one there. This is also 6. So either way it's always 6, I guess. But here it's 7. So what do, I guess. Can do this, I suppose. Okay. It's crap to stay in the blacksmith for 2 hours and click upgrade. Yeah, I think the animations are still kind of slow, but I think this is mostly a problem of just like, we get too many materials this season. Like, I feel like last season, masterworking was so expensive that it didn't really matter that it was slow to do the animations and stand in town a little bit, because you barely did it. But these days, you want to craft like an item, and then you stand there for a while, and you have like infinite gold, because you sold some item to some RMTer for like 20 billion gold. Yeah, I mean, I can kind of understand. That's what it is, I guess. And sapphire. Okay, so fix this. Twisting blades rogue builds certain death of your enemies. You just got one with Vulgus. To be Poison Rogue is probably strongest rogue build in PTR. Yeah, that might be a bit optimistic. On the other hand, I mean, it did get quite a lot of buffs and was already pretty strong, I guess. It has the double damage now for the Tempers. And it has the new key passive that's pretty cracked. Could be quite powerful, yeah, depending on how much you can scale that. I think this new key passive is pretty bonkers, yeah. Yeah. They did Dance of Nice, right? What about the Migrating Strike? I should revisit this one. So let's do like higher glyphs here and see what happens. Got a control glyph there. Painting Greaves, okay. Fluidity now, that's actually really pointless. Ambush is also pretty pointless. Fuck. So I have to replace 2 glyphs. So closer, canny, control, fluidity. You have momentum here. I wonder if you can actually get to the point where you just like run cold imbue. And then lots of imbuement potency. Like if you have like, I don't know, plus 200% imbuement potency, let's say. Then this 40% becomes a 120% bonus. So it's 57% DPS. It competes with momentum, actually. We also still have Stolen Vigor. But outside of that... Dexterity is capped at 75, even with more dexterity glyph radius. Did I cap it? Might be a planner bug. So yeah, this closer is something we have to beef up a bit. These glyphs look so weird. Just pick like everything all over the place here. There's only 2 travel nodes to the gate. do have my own music there, but I have like a playlist of like 1,000 songs. Not everything is mine. Okay, what can I do instead of fluidity? Sphere. Exploit. Ship. Combat. Combat is kind of nice. It's 23.5. Diminish. And something like Diminish has become way worse now, I feel. You could do something like Headhunter if you don't have anything. It's kind of like a last resort glyph. You hit an enemy or boss with an attack that applies a crowd control effect. The attack damage increase damage, but it also buffs magic nodes. And buffing the magic nodes is not the worst idea, because then we can easily put Rune Ward into our weapon. We buff the ultimate damage nodes. And even though we don't really have ultimate, we get a no witness multiplier probably stacked up. Because otherwise you wouldn't. Usually end up at 39%. Is that actually with or without a buffing glyph there? If you take, let's say, Aerostorm's Rogue. Let's do life. So this has Pride here. Oh, we don't have this here. 39% with fluidity. Ah, wait, there's no ultimate damage right now. So that's why we can't actually do this right now. This is life and stuff. Oh, great. I see that the life planner also broke. That's amazing. Yeah. Oof. Okay. Dance of Nice, Berserk, Rogue for the win. Actually, I realized we can actually hit the 45% no witness multiplier easily now with the Grand Diamonds. So we go from this 80, it becomes 120. Basically, get one of these gems, and lose one. So we'll go from a 39 to a 35% multiplier if you have a rune word into a weapon. But we gain 2 dex gems in our armor, which are 150, 300 dex. So it's still a gain. Or we put the multi, like this one. This might actually be the way. And then we pick up the stuff here and just multiply the damage values. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Something like this. Gotcha. I didn't like the fact that Rogues were only strong with bow this season. Yeah, and a little bit of an oopsie there when they introduced tempers and then let it slide for 2 seasons that only ranged bills actually benefited from weapon tempers. But they fixed it now, so. I mean, we did have some good melee builds as well on Rogue. Like Twisting Blades was pretty solid. Flurry also came back pretty strong this season. Especially with Andariels and stuff, you can do some big damage. Andariel's Flurry is one of the best builds right now. 64 int, that's such a weird number. Okay, we apparently have 64 int here. Do we want to change this though to another? You definitely have to change this ambush glyph. I guess you have to go turf instead of ambush. But that's an easy change. I'd really like to get this arm faster. (16.8 damage, 16.8 damage. Doesn't damage to your needs, buffs to normal, this does magic. Yeah, I think we wanna do something like remove these two, put the rune rod there, and then instead have like emeralds here. I think something like that should probably be better. Problem. I guess I'll do something like this. Maybe? Something like that, I guess. Closer, turf. Is there any other good glyph? Damage to vulnerable. There's also damage to vulnerable from exploits. Which is not terrible. But the scaling is kind of low, 25%. This is 33, not much better though. But I guess we will generally be in close radius, so we're gonna get the turf damage reduction, we get the close damage bonus. It should be okay. Grenades, grenade skill damage by 53%. Wait a minute. About the grenade, about the death trap rogue. The grenade skills count as trap skills. Okay, we can't reverse it. We can't make our traps count as grenades, I guess. Never mind. I was thinking this could be good for the death trap build. It's a really huge multiplier on the glyph there. Okay. Finally going to get a stealth build next season. Yeah, I need to do this actually tonight. It's like a stealth grenade rogue you can do. It basically goes back to the season 4 grenade rogue. I should take that season 4 build and then go from there. And rework the season 5 grenade rogue to be a core spam skill with Saboteur's Signet. But we can go back to season 4 grenades playstyle. This one. So this uses the opportunist aspect to go into stealth and out of stealth and throw grenades all the time. This thing is also buffed at various places. So we could try to make something out of this. Grenades. So we do need Lethal Dusk aspect. We need a Shadow Imbuer. We need Ambrose. We don't need Might, so this can be replaced with like something. And we need a new ring. We also don't need Volatile Shadows anymore, so let's just delete this. Paid 5,000 gal, this one. This is a lot of crit. Hey, Salah. Going to use a new mythic. You could, if you make it tanky enough, but I think a lot of builds will suffer from lack of defense. And the new mythic doesn't help you all too much of it. Okay, I get 6% DR from Sturdy, 6% .dr, actually 9% .dr. But if you don't even use the poison passes, I'm not sure if you really want to use this stuff. Although we could use the poison passes. But it won't really do that much, I feel. A build like this. Okay, casting a smoke grenade increases critical strike damage by 33%. He's finding a cloud of shadows while within the cloud against stealth once per second. Okay, then we have our boots. With evade cooldown reduction. Evade cooldown reduction. Now we could go Shaco. Which gives us like all this cooldown that we could ever need. And then we go smoke. Shit. I wonder if I should actually go concealment. But the only way to reduce the cooldown is through resistant assailant, right? Killing elite reduces concealment's cooldown by 14 seconds. So as long as I kill elites, that's actually gonna be kind of nice. But I don't think I'm gonna go for it. We already have 2 aspects we have to go for. We need Umbras and we need Lethal Dusk. So there's only 1 armor slot we can change here. So let's not do that. We could do a smoke stuff here with the poison. Especially if we have enough base cooldown reduction. What do we have for stun grenades or something? Let's see, is there any kind of cool tempers for this? Chance for smoke need to do double damage. Wait a minute, there's no temper for this build on the weapons. So I guess it's just caltrops or something. There's no unique crossbow on there. Do I consider minus 1000 armor, minus 100 res? I mean, first of all, most builds will probably not get to tier 4. They will maybe get to tier 3, I guess. And outside of that, I mean, we'll see, I guess. Okay, we can definitely go for a Ballestra. We're always evading. I will try to include extra res and stuff, but since the planner is fucked right now, I'm not trying to like min-max resistances too much currently. I'll just wait until that is fixed. I guess you can just do like a puncture cast twice or so to get like more CC procs and stuff. Because what else are we gonna do here, really? We still go close quarters, actually. 50% of your damage rolls close enemies bonus. Do we go exposure? I wonder if they fixed the exposure. But I don't think there's any indication they did, right? What about victimize? Do we go double unique ring? Position doesn't work, momentum. I guess momentum does work. We should actually just go momentum. And not go puncture. Just flurry. As long as we get enough resource cost reduction, we can actually go Stardust. You could even do no witness tech and death trap. If you want. I think that's not a bad idea. Can move this and we get smoke grenade in there. I think that could work pretty well. Okay, the runner's out. Takes auto trade is out. No witness is here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, so this is it actually. So we have to go for the trap stuff. And we have to go for the card observation. But we don't run exposure, so we don't care much about the poison trap. We go caltrops. And I think it's gonna be fine. I think it's gonna be a pretty good setup then. So do diamond. Diamond. That's wrong. We'll see actually. Maybe can do like another rare or magic buffing on no witness board here. We have pride right now actually. Increase damage to elites. Pride is okay. So that would work. And then we probably won't need something like this here. We go back to emeralds. We have momentum. Yeah, it should be nice. It's very fun, actually. I want to pick up this cluster now on every build. It's just very good. Do we have explosive? We don't actually have explosive glyph. Wait, why is explosive? I removed it from like a board I deleted, I guess. So here we have 90. 95 actually, so it's a lot of decks. So let's go for it. Something like that. So yes, turf. We could do no, we can't do ambush. Wait a minute, we can do ambush if we do... We can do snare. It's a lot of damage for traps, right? How much is this? 31. And this is 20.8, so it's like 9% more damage or something? Or not 10? Around 9. Just on a legendary bonus. This gives us 10 DR, 10% less damage. This gives us 10 damage and 10 damage again. But only against the affected enemies. But you also have to use explosive worth. And we don't really want to, because you have frostbitten, and I think it's worth it. So turf it is. Can actually go for like very little strength here, it turns out. Interesting. Do we want control? 73% against crowd control. I guess it's fine. There is also this magic buffing one. I think control will always win against this. There's also chip. Damage to one, fizz. Nah, this might be okay. Okay. Yo, Panda. Yeah, PDR plan is updated, but it's pretty fucked right now. Look at some of this. There's a bunch of bugs here. 40,000 decks and some stuff like that. If you're going to be throwing smoke grenades anyway, double damage won't hurt. Nah, it will hurt. You're gonna go for the card restoration and that's it. You're gonna do double card restoration, just to have like long card drops on the boss, and then we need like one puncture. Actually, the puncture is not even included anymore. So it's gonna go triple card drops. Wait. Oh shit, there's an offensive temper now. Wait a minute, so what do we temper now? I don't have anything to temper. Chance of flurry to hit twice. Kick. I guess you can do that. But it doesn't really matter. This gives me a tiny bit more like it hits, I guess. Chance of death to deal double damage. Poison trap duration. Chance for counters not consume charges. And that's kind of funny. You can actually get a 100% chance to counters not consume charges. You can just have like perma counter spam. Whoa. Is that a thing? How much damage does it do? Very little. But there's a way to convert it into a marksman skill. But it doesn't work with precision. Okay, so I don't think that Kautos is going to become a offensive skill. But it sounds kind of funny. The Maxo website coders must have fun every 3 months. Oh, they have a lot of fun, for sure. Yeah, okay, so I have a problem. Kautos duration is no longer a weapon temper. That kind of sucks. You also already need to sacrifice some stuff for stun grenade size. So we're gonna do more stun grenade size, I guess. We do this here. There's like this cooldown here. This can now be like, I don't know, Malice is pretty good. And then this here can be unstable elixirs. I guess you do something like unstable elixirs. How much crit chance is this? Ah, shit. 30, 43, 53, 73, 80, 90. Okay, we should probably be crit capped, actually. Not a lot of fucking crit chance, yeah. Is that right? 24.2? That seems so high. 750 plus. They buffed us, huh? I think they buffed the crit chance. Okay, stun grenade size. What about caltrops? I think I want to actually try to put like 1 count observation, just so like we have this on the boss. Else it's gonna be ugh. This will help a lot. And we go for a normal chest. I do freeze. I do flurry hit twice. %15% chance to restore 60% of primary resource. Wow, they mega buffed this. There used to be 5% chance, and it only used to have like, I don't know, 14% or something. Is that real? That seems completely cracked. There's also the heal thing. Ah, they changed life on hit to now be a heal proc, actually. On weapons. Interesting. So the flurry had twice, I guess. Flurry has a pretty long animation. But it does have relatively decent lucky hit chance. The question is, does the lucky hit chance matter that much? Yeah, I think so. We still want to stagger. But we stagger a lot from... We have slow, we have stays. We have stun and freeze. So the only thing that we're actually trying to trigger all the time is immobilize. Because we have all the other stuff anyway all the time. We don't actually really need flurry. What about the twisting blades? Also has a hit twice there. Delete this. And do Starless. What was the... Shadow. I need to see some breakpoint tables. Damage coming out of stealth, temper worthless. Any way to utilize that? It is pretty worthless. I mean, it has gotten slightly less worthless now that they nerfed Darkshore Tempers by around 40%. Previously, Darkshore Tempers just gave you that bonus all the time. when you had 5 shrouds. Now Dark Shot damage will give you less than that, so there might be a bit of a reason to use it. But not really much, especially with like the additive damage just being completely over the top with the glyphs. On high level glyphs. Oh shit, we're missing a lot of data here from Flurry. But Flurry is roughly 1.5 times longer compared to Twisting Blades. So we could consider going Twisting Blades. Flurry costs less though. Costs -5. Also allows us to dash around, which is kind of cool. So I'm kind of inclined to keep this as a Flurry setup. And then we get like mid innovation ranks. Fuck, where the hell is innovation these days? Here. And then we can go second wind as well. We're not really gonna keep it up, but it would be nice to invest a few points, I think. We're also not really gonna keep the preparation up all the time, I guess. We're just gonna spend enough resources for it. Although, actually, for Shaco and enough cooldown reduction, we would. So maybe I should. Can do this, this. And suddenly we have a lot of cooldown. And this puts our death trap to very low. 44 CDR. So this means you have like a 20 seconds death trap. So we just need 2 preparation procs in 10 seconds. That's gonna be very easy. That means 12.5. Yeah, I need 6 flurries to trigger 1 preparation. We need 12 flurries in 10 seconds. And 12 raids. That's okay. That's fairly doable, even with all the evading we have to do for the setup. Is there something like stun grenade damage? There is actually 409. How does it compare to shroud damage now? Shroud damage is still better, actually. Yeah. You need like 4 shrouds, you win, so. So something like this. Okay, what's our evade cooldown like? It is roughly a third of normal. So it's 1.7. We actually have too much if you do the Shaco strat. You can go for less. You guys get minus 1.5 seconds. So I think this could be something like as much as like 2.2, 2.4. And you'll probably be okay. So let's say this. Need 56% cooldown. We can probably just completely remove one of these. Oops. Oh shit. Let's do this again. So this is 2.3 seconds. So this evade cooldown reduction is actually unnecessary. You could do like an innovation there. And then you have stun grenade size, counter observation, and we need another stun grenade size actually. Actually need like a double hit there. So we have the 100. I think greater affix life is going to be way more important than greater affix decks in the future as well. Let's do something like this. Umbrus might. This is lethal dusk. Okay. So something like that, maybe? It's actually very nice. Consuming shadows can now be acquired without going for Shadow Crash first. It's going to be very nice for like leveling builds. Because you don't have to waste this 1 point on Shadow Crash. It's kind of wasted most of the time. I'm doing Grenade Rogue right now. I took like the Season 4 planner with the Stealth combo that we used to play, and now I'm doing this. Actually, I realize we have Poison Grenades now, right? No, it's the Cloud of Shadows. It's a new aspect that has like Poison Grenades. But how's this? We have Trickster, Artful, Opportunists, Retribution, Surprise. Is there any other like important grenade part that I don't have now? Smoke Grenades, Explosive Worth, Quickening Fog. No. Okay, so we're fine. What triggers stealth in this? You trigger stealth automatically once a second by just using Smoke Grenade. And then you also trigger stealth by evading through and shadow impute target. So you're gonna get roughly 2 stealth activations per second. And each time that happens, you're gonna drop 4 grenades. And then you're also gonna drop 4 grenades when you go out of stealth. You just need to make sure they don't like perfectly sync up the stealth that you get automatically once per second with the stealth that you do yourself through evading. I wonder if evading actually breaks stealth. I need to test this. If evading breaks stealth, this would be optimal, I guess. On some videos there were 2 sockets and helmet. That is real, yeah? Real and true. You can put rune rods there. I want to see this real quick. I'm just gonna press concealment and see if I stay in stealth and I evade. I wonder if that works. Optimally, it would give me... it would break stealth. Because every time you break stealth, you also drop grenades. Now you might stay in stealth. I don't know. Who knows? Shit. Okay. I guess you could just specifically test this with like Needful Dusk. But yeah, I guess that is what it is. So... $340 armor. It's actually a roll here. 507 armor. So these seem like updated values actually. 1009, 507 armor. What did we say? You get... .1 of the item power, right? So 800. Now you get 0.1 of the previous number. So we get like, I don't know, 400 something armor. 450 armor, I think. 1,000. 1,300. Okay. It's gonna be pretty tough, I think, to max this out. Did it buff movement speed? What the fuck is this? 63.7%? What? Look at that. That's a lot of fucking movement speed. Without anything, 37.7. What if we do this? 26. It used to be 18. Is that more than Pent and Glyphs now, for example? It looks like it. This is 25. It's actually 1% more than Pent and Glyphs even. That's kind of interesting. Speech. That's our move speed here. I don't have any other move speed, so I guess we want some. Like this. Well, we have momentum, that's gives us 30. And then we have Shroud, gives us 25, so we get 55. So, this is actually fine. That's kind of funny. I guess I don't do something like this even. So that's get a bit more evade cooldown reduction. So we get to the point where we don't actually need this here anymore. And then we do what exactly? We can do an offensive temper. We have an offensive temper. We can do innovation. So we got a stun grenade size, 100%. Is there a reason to run the stun ring? Equip. Not really, right? Stun grenade damage, that doesn't really do much. Stun grenade size, which is kind of cool. Energy when a stun grenade explodes and cooldown. And then 45% chance to throw stun grenades. Casting a core skill. I wonder if it would be worth going for saboteurs anyway. The energy when a stun grenade explodes will immediately solve all of your resource issues. Plus, like a good roll to stun grenade size actually also gives you an extra offensive temper. It may be worth going for this. Instead of Starless. But it does give us a bunch of crit. But the unlucky hit, relatively useless. Core skills, completely useless. But it also gives us 50% extra damage. And the resource cost reduction that kind of does this. Yeah, and this grenade's effect doesn't really do much damage. We rely so much on this aspect. These grenades will just not really proc often enough. The stun grenade, like a hit thing, is also not really relevant. So I think we're just gonna go for this setup. We just have to stack up the starters. And we have to recover our resources somehow. But with like 6 ranks here, 6% chance to get 8 energy, plus you have momentum. It may be fine. Our regen alone is going to be somewhere in the range of like 13 to 14 per second, which is roughly the cost of a flurry with starters stacked. Actually, it's more than the cost of a flurry. And we're going to cast it roughly once a second, so it's going to be okay, actually. We probably don't even need to invest so much into innovation. We might be fine without it. And maybe instead of innovation, I should go for like resource generation or something. Could also do a defensive temper, actually. Didn't really consider that. Interesting, the life temper is still pretty high, it feels. I'm just gonna do a resource generation. And that's it. Dude, so much movement speed now. Like, look at this. It's just a normal pair of boots, 1 masterwork. We have 144% movement speed, and then, boom, 170 from Dark Shrouds, boom, 200 from Momentum. Easy clap. That's it. Kinda funny. Chance of flurry to hit twice. Huh. Maybe innovation is better. Is it dumb to establish your own Yandara to craft a Starless? Yeah, I'd say you shouldn't do that. Unless you know that you really don't want to play any build of Yandaras. But there's a bunch of builds that can profit from it. Yeah, I want to keep us as buggy. It should be 3% per stack, not 300. Just a missing decimal there. The link to new planner is the same planner, you just have to press on PDR here at the top. There's a toggle. How to stack the alchemical admixture bonus. You get a bunch of non-physical damage on Eldritch Bounty boards. And then there's also glyphs like Kenny, Infusion. Like, okay, we don't know if the legendary effects of the glyphs actually go into the stat sheet, which is most likely what the key passive will scale off. If we look at what other key passives do, which means there's going to be a lot of like double dipping and Blizzard math going on. So that's like my expectation right now. You can potentially get a lot of non-physical damage just from those glyphs. Kenny gives you a lot on its own. That's like the main way to stack it. Okay, so I think this could be kind of the setup here for a Grenade Rogue. We can try this. Oh, we didn't actually go for the glyph here. We have to do the glyphs though. Healing receives an armor. So let's do this. Okay, what do we do? There's chip. Exploit. Do we actually make stuff vulnerable in this setup? Just on the explosions and stuff, right? Do we have anything else to make stuff vulnerable? Does this roll still exist to make enemies vulnerable? It's on a glove, actually. It's actually also buffed. Very interesting. Chance to make enemies vulnerable for 2 seconds. So I can go for that. Skills that reduce strike, restore 12% of the energy cost. That's a lot of crit damage. Like if you, for example, compare this to chip, this is 20.8 and this is 28.5. It's like 6-7% DPS more just on that. Plus you get a lot more out of this additive. And we don't have to stack up this thing and we get resources back. It's actually not a bad idea. Also closer. But the only works are cutthroat skills. Wait, how much do we get from explosive? 2,200 stun grenade damage. Okay. I guess it doesn't matter much. Tough choice. Could do combat. I'd actually like to have something like... maybe it's gonna go chip. But chip might just not be always up. We are pretty much always critting now, I feel. I'll do closer. We have turf. Can do a headhunter. Just buff normal nodes. Which is also kind of cool. 10% damage to your elites, 20% damage there. Normal nodes, and let's go. Just pick out everything. I guess we do closer after all. But we don't really care about stacking it. Which is an interesting part. Like, there's no reason to stack it. Which is weird. Might change this, I'm not sure yet. At least it's 10 DR, basically at all times. I think only when I press caltrops it will take the ranged weapon in hand. Up to a 50% chance to restore 132% primary resource. This doesn't seem right, honestly. That seems like way too much. What's my favorite meal? So lucky. Okay, I think we have to get more rest here, right? We have fire. And then we have a bunch of auras. So this needs to be like a lightning temper. Let's do this. Okay. It's kind of interesting because like adding a +5 ranks to every aspect, stuff like this build actually profits a lot from this because you have like several multipliers to these stun grenades that all like ramp up. Counters on smoke grenades receive the stun grenade benefits. Okay. Do we have an extra offensive slot? We have a debution here, and we could do the poison smoke stuff. I don't think that's going to be valuable enough. Freeze, freeze, immobilize, freeze. Daze. Do we have slow? We don't have slow. We have stun from the stun grenades anyway. He took a 2-hour nap and he's still on this. I'm not sure what you're expecting. When I set your gears item power to 800 if you want accurate percentages, it shouldn't matter though, because it's just one tier of stats now. If I put it to 800, it shouldn't really change anything. Yeah, literally nothing changed. And I guess here as well. Ah, wait, actually it does. What? Interesting. So it is actually inaccurate. Okay. Good to know. In that case, you have to do something like this then. Oops. Yeah, I mean, this is stuff you can fix later as well. It doesn't matter too much. It's more about, you know, making a setup and then logging in and trying it out, and then we'll see what happens. Also, I can't even spend my 11 points here right now, which is buggy. So... Hey, and homie, thank you for the 30 animals. Why is it better to get many different types of stagger rather than one? Because the way that stagger applies is if you spam the same crowd control all the time, it will not do much. There's basically a cooldown for each type of crowd control effect. That is as long as the crowd control that you tried to apply would have lasted. So if you do like a 5-second stun and then you do like another 5-second stun after 2 seconds, you will only get like 40% of the value or something. But you can do a 5-second stun and a 5-second freeze, and they both have full value. Moin. Get from levels. Different CCs don't overlap. Yeah, so when you stagger a boss, you want to... You always get full value when you apply a new type of crowd control. So you get full value when you do a freeze, a stun, immobilize, and so on. But you can't just do 3 stuns or 3 freezes in a row. You can do that, but there is this cooldown of the duration of the freeze or of the stun or whatever you would have done. So if you do like a 3-second stun, you have to wait 3 seconds to get full value for the next stun. This is why you always spam different crowd control effects to stagger bosses, instead of just going like freeze, 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 which is, you know, very good for rogues, for like Fissure Finesse. But usually it's not that hard to proc Fissure Finesse anyway. And then you just care about boss damage, and boss damage means stagger. Yeah, if you have Fist of Fate, the whole thing becomes more complicated, because Fist of Fate has, I suppose, a bug. Or in general, like any unique item has this, I guess, bug where they have their own separate cooldowns for their own crowd controls. So basically what happens is when you have Fist of Fate is you can proc any crowd control, and that is completely independent from all the other crowd controls that you are doing with your skills or with your tempers and stuff like that. So yeah, crowd control duration is kind of nice, for example from Call of the Nameless, but really you still actually want just more different types of crowd controls. But yeah, crowd control duration also adds to the stagger, and if you don't reliably, for example, trigger everything that the Fist of Fate offers all the time, which is very hard to do because there's like 7 or 8 different crowd controls that the Fist of Fate can trigger, and you need a lot of lucky hit and a lot of attack speed in order to actually trigger them on cooldown, basically. So crowd control duration actually helps with that. I have a Vein of Arrows build on my Discord, by the way, Sky Explo, from Season 5 and Season 6 now. Yeah, Fist of Fate is kind of weird, and I think this applies to other uniques as well. Like, for example, Azure Wrath has like a freeze proc, so that freeze proc apparently has its own stagger counter compared to a chance to freeze on your gear. I think I had enough of Grenade Rogue for now. But I should probably put this somewhere. Wonder how good this Grenade Rogue stuff is gonna be. But I did get some pretty significant buff. Should we try to make like a Poison TB? Is Poison TB even gonna change outside of a key passive and some stuff? It would be interesting to see it though. Do I have it listed here? I've got Cold, Shadow TB, and so on. I guess not. Arrow Storm, Sundial, Puncture. Okay, I need to find a planner. Here. Which end did I change? Mostly a pushing variant, right? So let's just do this. A chemical and mixture. Okay, so we want to keep Eldritch Bounty board. We don't want Tricks or the Trade. One Cheap Shot, we want No Witness. And we don't want Deadly Ambush. Easy, okay. So we got this. And I guess we're gonna go Infusion just because it increases our non-physical damage. And it increases the imbued skill damage. I guess it's a lot of additive. So we can do that. Which is an Int Glyph. But actually doesn't have... Okay, it's fine, I guess. Versatility, efficacy. That is a lot of int here, 64 int. We need tracker, actually. So I think this is more of like a tracker angle. Something like that. Versatility is probably fine the way it is. We can just pick up all this here. Because why not? I pick this stuff as always. I pick this stuff. Don't path in here. It rotates. Need to non-physical damage. We take the DR and the res. Okay, we take the healing received here. So many very short paths here. So something like this maybe? Tracker, infusion. We have efficacy. Can get the ultimate there. This will help a bit. Well, maybe it doesn't help anymore. We might have more than enough ultimate skill damage anyway. Might be kind of worthless. We could actually drop this here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's a lot. So I think we should actually path out somewhere else here. For example, here's only 5. Here's actually even less. Yo, Pro Infinto. Thank you, man. Dude, I hate these Paragon boards where you have this weird gap in the middle. Here from the start to... Ah, well, it's always like this. They could have just about limited it to 4 boards and then make like a nice little square, you know? Spiritborn is not in PDR. You're gonna see everything but the Mercenaries and the Spiritborn. But I think the Mercenaries will barely matter, so we can basically make all the other classes built right now. And, yeah, Spiritborn is gonna be a Wild West, that's gonna be fun when it comes out. Gonna be working on that, but not just yet. Let's do emeralds. This thing is a Doombringer as well. Which is not a terrible idea. We got Corruption. Blade Dancer. But this goes to 90. Now this also goes to 90. We got a Fist of Fate. Can do this maybe. Creeping Death on the neck. Wait a minute, Creeping Death is not getting improved. Interesting. So this is not getting a buff. 6% increased damage over time for each different crown control I have. That's 60. So this will be slightly more than 60, it will be 68. It will be slightly more boss damage. But this gives us more damage against other stuff. Well, actually I realized a greater affix on the right hit is actually realistic these days. On Mythic Uniques. Let's get rid of full speed there. 600 dex. What? 653 dex? Is that real? Card of Duration is certainly not real. Facing blades hit twice. Wanna do something like that? Facing blades. I actually had to check like how's dexterity versus like shroud tempo, for example. On various builds, so I have to do some math on this at some point. But we can wait until later. For now, this is okay. Dude, the crosshook is 114.8% wound damage? Is that seems weird. Seems so much. How about this here? Also 74. I think this might be like some weird item power scaling or something. Even this is very high though, 47. I wonder if that's real. We don't like to add mercenaries. Yeah, I agree. But I guess in most cases we'll barely like even feel them being there, kind of, so maybe it's fine. $10 energy per second. Okay, we're actually gonna have a bit of a problem, which is we're gonna get less energy here. Actually, wait a minute. We have the poison imbue last longer, but we can also go for innovation ranks here. Maybe this is the way out. We have a lot of like a hit now from Fist of Fate and a double hit because we hit twice. So we're probably also gonna get 2 spinning blades. We're gonna get double the amount of like a hits. We're gonna get a lot more value from innovation. And like this we can probably sustain our resources. And our bursting venoms. So maybe fine, bursting venoms. Corruption, creeping death. I don't have space for elements, unless we drop Doombringer. Which is also an option, I guess. There's a fairly tanky setup. We have Shaco, Tyrael, and Doombringer. So this is maybe too much. Let's do unequip. We can do... No, we can't do Ashiras. So... let's do this. Elements might have some really big double dipping with this whole thing. With the new key passive. There's also a chance to restore resources. I'll just throw that in there, honestly. Maybe this is gonna help a bit. 15% chance to restore 60% resource. Seems insane. Seems actually insane. And in that case, we can also... is there like any other tempo that we would care about? Not really. I don't know, Doombringer is kind of sick, to be fair. Doombringer has so much defense. This might have so much damage output already. So... I'm just gonna go for it. Like, it is like, I don't know, times 2.5 EHP or something, or maybe times 2 if you include like the life roll from a normal weapon and some other stuff. And all the other stats on it, like the dex is gonna be offset by the all stats. Damage barely matters. The double hit, yeah, we can like change our temper slightly and then it's got the double hit there. But yeah, overall it's actually kind of minor loss. I'd rather go for more offense elsewhere. We also lose momentum. We had momentum last time, which we don't have anymore, so I think it's okay. Dude, here it says 574% bonus imbue and potency. Oh my god, dude. I wonder if this actually calculates this bonus properly. If we go down to, let's say, 46. Looks like it, right? 250%. Boom. 320. I mean, you also have the larger radius, I guess. But looks like 250. At 80. Yeah, this goes up by quite a lot more. Hello. What? Very dark. Uh-oh. Some vampires in the background. Wait, what vampires? How much to craft a single grand gem? It's a lot, actually. 100,000, I think. The set. It costs 10 times more. It's gonna take a while for people to get it. Thank you. Maybe they want to make weapon choices feel more impactful on non-barb classes. Yeah, I think it could make this in like a much more interesting way by just like giving some actual reason to run a certain dagger or a sword or something, right? Give it like a proc like the barbs have. Then it would actually matter a little bit. Like this, it just feels pretty pointless. So, I don't know. But yeah, that's what it is, I suppose. Like, they have so much more additive than before. I guess the weapons slightly add more to that. So, for example, like close quarter combat builds will go with daggers now, no matter what, because there's close damage and stuff. Yeah. They increase the drop rate of gems? I don't know. I'm not sure if they said anything about gem drop rates or so. I'd be surprised. But I guess you're gonna farm, you know, for example, more light dimensions. And more light dimensions means, you know, you get more gem drops and these kind of things, so. Okay, we got Tracker, we got Infusion, we got Efficacy, we got Canny, we got Versatility. So this is non-physical improvement, non-physical, non-physical, and then we have the Poison thing, and the Versatility here. So this is kind of what this looks like. I do have to say, I kind of like the idea that Paragon boards are a bit more standardized in the future. And it's like, okay, you have exactly 5 boards, exactly 5 glyphs. You take exactly those 4 nodes, and then you add the glyphs, and then you kind of know, okay, this build runs exactly those glyphs, this build runs exactly those glyphs, and so on. Do you want to change anything on a tree? There's probably still stuff you want to change here. Got a chemical, but no debilitating toxins, so that's something you want to pick up with the extra points. Also, the counting smoke grenade we can pick up. There's a few things we don't have that we kind of want. I wish I could see our crit chance, which is kind of fucked right now. Let's get this. Close, siphoning. Get the days there. We don't need a slow that badly anymore. Slow tempers is actually kind of whatever these days. There's twisting blades returns faster we could think about taking. Does it matter? Probably doesn't even matter that much, to be honest. Now we can take a few points in second wind, a few points in debilitating toxins, and yeah, maybe some like trick attacks even, just for like AoE damage or here. Got the caltrops, but I don't think I want to go for the caltrops. It is 20% crit though. But I think I like the idea of doing this. Just so we can like attack more. If you're tanky enough, you could also drop Terials. And then go for the new unique chest. The mythic unique chest. It gives a +1 to all passives. This will be pretty big as well. So much DR, extra damage in various places, extra crit from 2 sources. I think you might actually go for the new chest here. And just try to like stack res where we can. I wonder if that's feasible. But maybe. I'll do like res. Res. And we unequip this. We have the new chest now, right? Here. This might actually be the way. It also has resource generation that we kind of care about. I'm not sure what you care about the most. I suppose the life. But yeah, 1 to all passes is also pretty big. More second wind, more innovation. We get like 6 crit, we get like 3% damage, 5% DR, 5 lucky hit, 5 attack speed. You even get like 4 crits sometimes when you activate Death Trap, which you wanna do like sometimes. You get like 5% speed, 5% speed again, 6% DR, some more healing, 9% dot DR. Actually, in AoE combat, also 12% crit chance. 6% more damage when you press the potion. Damage after evading. Some dodge. Some DR after dodging. Like 3% damage here. 6% damage there. It is actually a lot of damage that you get from this 1 to all passes, man. It's kind of wild. It probably amounts to something like 25% plus DPS. Plus you get a bunch of defensive benefits. And since you have Doombringer already, why not, honestly? And you have like perma movement speed cap as well, just kind of like running around when you don't do anything. Something like this. Hey, boy. You guess physical damage builds are just dead now? That's a good question. They probably are. Like, physical damage builds were actually a thing in Season 5 now, because we had like so much resources and so much like, you know, we can spam everything, that they actually get to the point where if you play like a preparation build, you can't actually get enough like immune charges for like to sustain stuff like cold imbue or shadow imbue. Poison can do it because of bursting venoms. You can always sustain poison, but you can't sustain the other two. But yeah, there were actually builds that just ran physical anyway. But yeah, now whoa, it's just crazy good, this thing. Look at this, 540% bonus. I'm not sure if there's even like all we can get. There's probably even more we can get. You could even like throw in like a Shroud of Candoras that gives you even more. You can check how much that is if you like unequip this. Shroud of Conduras has non-physical damage. So let's say it's something like this here. Then we go to 745%. It's also pretty cracked. It's probably not as good as the other chest that we just saw. But it's also pretty good to get started, for example. Even do something like this, yeah. So you can like transition from Shroud to the other Shroud, basically. I wonder how the armor will be now. Maybe I have to have like an armor roll or something. Instead of a dex roll, I guess I can do armor. And do something like this maybe. I have no idea how much armor we'll need, so I'm just gonna put it there. We do get a bit more rest here from these rings and stuff. So the rings give us 5% more rest. Amulet gives us 5% more, so we get 10% of the extra 40 rest we will need in the future. So that's kind of good news. And we're also gonna just generally have a lot more int. So I guess depending on the int scaling. I guess the int scaling should not really be changed. Might be the same as before. I think it's like 100 int is 2.5 auras or something. Or 5. Yeah, Shroud of Shroud is the Shroud of Conduras and then the Shroud of False Death. Or you do tutorials. You can do tutorials as well. And then solve your resistances differently and so on. But yeah, I don't know. I was gonna throw in some diamond now. Because I have no idea how much rest we'll need. Let's go and do that. And then hope for the best. This should be very powerful, this build. Like on lifestyle, we can definitely reach like billions of DPS already. Yeah, now it's just even crazier. Do I actually have Stolen Vigor in this setup? I actually did not have Stolen Vigor, and it also it's like very hard to fit in. Because you need this, you need this. You need this, you need this. Like, yeah. It was actually better to not run Stolen Vigor, even though we're running Momentum, which is kind of funny. Which is like one of the main reasons to actually, like, kind of play with Momentum, but yeah. Yeah, Poison the Bee is gonna be insane, I think. I'm gonna put this on the Discord. Mark enough builds are non-physical damage and resist. Possibly some fighters from a heavy pocket key passive. Yeah, true. Actually, I forgot about this. We need 3 non-physical damage types. Marking of Boots is actually legit. But you have to give up Noxious Eyes. Let me check that. I forgot about that actually. We need 3 different types. So this might actually make it harder to do than I thought. When you cast a skill for cooldown, you explode, you fire damage. It does have only good stats. But it has a power that does nothing but help us proc this thing. Okay, so we can do Shadow. And we can do Poison. And then we need either Cold or Fire. Or Lightning. I can't think of any lightning effect. There's Azarath. Yeah, Dooming, I guess it's a Shadow as well, actually, reliably, so that's fine. Dealing 3 different types of non-physical damage increase the potency of your imbuement skills by 40% for 5 seconds. Yeah, maybe we have to go for this, actually. I think it's like legit the option. So no Noxious Eyes. Which is kind of sad. Noxious Eyes is very powerful these days. Does it actually go to 40 these days? And it goes to 40, man. Look at that. It's so cracked. And we probably can't use it. But if I do this, I will also be a bit in trouble with my resources, I think. But yeah, it gives us a lot of res. So this should solve a lot of things, yeah. Cooling reduction is mildly helpful, I guess. Assume to replace Death Trap. Not really. I wonder if there's room to get something like Cold Imbuement in there and just do cold like this or something. We could do it with a cold clip aspect. What about one of the imbuement aspects, actually? So unstable imbuements gives us the same type, that doesn't help us. And then there's volatile shadows, that gives us the shadow explosions. No, that's not what I want. I mean, alchemist. Okay, shadow imbued skills. It's kind of funny, actually. If you just press shadow imbuement, you have those two aspects, you're gonna get all three effects at once. And boom, there you go. The cold caltrop. Yeah, cold caltrop is legit, but you have to do it every 5 seconds, right? I wonder how this is gonna work. Do you have to do all 3 elements every 5 seconds? Or is it gonna be like, you trigger them once, kind of like Tarasha Ring, right? You trigger them once, and then you just like constantly have the buff for 5 seconds, as long as you keep attacking or something? But I guess it will probably only refresh the buff duration after you have dealt all 3 types again once. Cold cut-up is not a bad idea, but cut-ups every 5 seconds is a no-go. No way, man. Fuck. Yeah, so I guess Rakanov it is, huh? It gives us fire, shadow, poison. Rakanov is a pretty good idea, actually. It just solves this problem easily. And it solves our res problem, and it gives us extra damage. So we lose the Noxious Eyes. I'm mostly worried about our resources now, because I also lost the energy per second. So as long as you can figure out the resources somehow, I will be happy. TB is pretty hungry. And all we have is innovation to show for it. But it may be enough. Yeah, this is rough. What's the alternative, though? What could we do to solve this? First of all, we get +1 to all passives, so we're gonna get another rank in innovation. Also get some extra region while moving. But this ain't really it. Whack enough boots, dude. Funny, but it's a good suggestion. Yeah, I only used this passive so far on Rain of Arrows, where this problem is just solved immediately because you use all 3 imbuements anyway on Rain of Arrows, but here not. Here we only have 1. So you can either do it with Rakan of Boots or we can do it with Cold Imbuement on the bar. And I mean, we could run Cold Imbuements. Especially with the Spinning Blade, we have like a bit of a delay before it times out. So we activate it, and we attack, and then we activate Poison again, for example, and then the Spinning Blade will last for like around 2 seconds or so. So you have like roughly a 7 seconds timer before we have to use Cold Imbuement again. So this is the other option before Rakanov Boots, or if Rakanov Boots really doesn't work out, we could still put Cold Imbuement on the bar. instead of Poison Trap. Poison Trap is relatively optional, actually. It's not really much of a reason. There's 15% extra damage. But that's about it. There's also the other added advantage that we have the infusion glyph, actually, right? So you actually get the -1 second. So you always reset each other a little bit. And in fact, while standing in... I wonder if that works. While standing in Bursting Venom's pools, I wonder if you can actually spam Poison Imbuement and then reset a Cold Imbuement this way. It says, while standing in the pool, your Poison Imbument has no cooldown and no charge limit. So I think that should work. In fact, that should also work with Rakanel's boots, I think. Right? I've never tried that. I wonder if I can actually make a build out of this where I just like mega spam Poison Imbuement. Now I'm not sure if it actually has like a cooldown, like a cast time or anything. It doesn't, right? You can just do it. I wonder if you can get like some infinite explosions. Yeah, elements aspect would be nice for the double dipping. That is probably going to happen with this whole like element stacking. But I mean, we really don't have room for that. Like Starless is very strong as well, and we need the resources. Can't give up Corruption, can't give up Creeping Deaths. We can't give up this one. You can't give up. The only thing you can give up is Doombringer or Fists, but we really don't want to give up either of them because Doombringer gives us the Shadow proc. Death Trap alone is not enough for this. So Doombringer is kind of important. And then Fist of Fate is just, it's also like important, like we get all this lucky hit there and the staggers and so on. I think this is also too important. I wonder if I have Rakan of boots lying around. I want to try them real quick. But this was a good idea. Freeze temper is not cold damage, it just freezes. That doesn't help us. You need to deal damage. Is there anything that we can deal lightning damage with as a rogue? So you have this for fire. And then we have like something like Azure Wrath for cold. But yeah, Azure Wrath. We have elemental surge tempers, actually. We could we could do elemental surge, which is kind of funny. You can do lightning or fire elemental surge, for example. It's a real possibility for some builds, I think. Or, for example, before you get Doombringer, you could just temper the Shadow, if you want. Why don't you look at the new runes? Ah, yeah, sure, you can look at the runes. Let's see. I mean, most bits will probably run something like the Warcry anyway, so this is kind of set in stone. But on the other hand, it costs 500, so it's not going to be that consistent most of the time. There's Crit, which is kind of big. Bulwark, Petrify. Restore and evade charge and gain 6 for movement speed up to 30. Oof. 20% maximum life for 4 seconds, okay. So here's lightning. Replace your next evade with sorcerer's teleport. So you could do lightning damage this way, but you have to do this every 5 seconds and 100 offering per second consistently, and then you have to do teleport stuff. Yeah. It might be a bit clunky. Vortex is, I think, also lightning, but it's also 500. Here, you can do this. You can do lightning damage from this. So this is another way to doing it. And then we can go back to Noxious Eyes, which is probably more damage than non-physical that we get from the boots. Let's check. 25 offering is like super easy. Okay. Those are meteorites, you can do this as well. So there's fire and there's lightning. can do one or the other. I guess it doesn't matter which one. Okay, so this is also an option, I guess, with the runes. Yeah, because you don't have the runes in the planner, I kind of just like ignoring them for now. How much does this change if we look at our key passive here? This is 669. Equip. 541. It's like around 20% extra. That's a lot of damage actually you get from the Record of Boots. They're still pretty good despite this rune option. But yeah, we might need the energy per second. I think this is gonna be too important. We have to see, but the res is also very tempting, man. 50 all res. Here's only 17, for example. The non-fizz, the cooldown. It's just nice. A bit less damage. Because realistically, you probably want to go for the Warcry. And then I don't know what. But yeah, this is definitely an early game option, I'd say, with the runes. You can just solve it with the runes, and then you can change what you're gonna do. You can do like a Decrepify, for example. There's also the 20% life, which is kind of cool. Yeah, Decrepify only costs 100. And it's Horrid Decrepify. Which one is that? And you get the Execute, actually. That's not work on bosses, but everything else. And a chance to get stunned. And 20% the armor and 40% slow. Kinda nice to get this Decrepify, I think. We could also try to solve resources here. Requires 5 offering, gain 1 resource. Has 1 second's cooldown though. So for example, we do something like this here, cast a skill for cooldown, gain 50 offering. We gain 10 resource from that. If we do it like once every second. Which in this build, we can do like a poison imbue, poison trap, a shadow stab. There's like many things we can do. Beast fall boots. Possibility is fire and cold. Time to shine. True. I mean, it does solve the problem immediately for you. Early game, this might be kind of good. Spam or poison imbue in resource gem. Oh yeah, wait a minute. It has this effect now, right? Casting it generates 30 energy. Does that actually work while standing in bursting venoms? I guess it should, right? It just has no cooldown, but you can just press it over and over and over if you want. So maybe you just do it like this and it should be fine. Maybe it'll be okay. The problem is, what do you do when you actually run out of... Then you don't get a bursting venoms procs, basically, right? I mean, the chances of that are relatively low these days if you have one good temper here. And maybe we're gonna go for double temper instead of the innovation ranks. You could maybe try to just go for more poison imbue casts, and then we have 6, 9, 11 attacks. We hit twice, so we have 22 twisting blades. 22 twisting blades should give us pretty good chances to proc 1 bursting venoms with a Fist of Fate. Yeah, maybe it's fine actually. I did not actually try to use this when I played Poison DB last time. I'm playing hardcore. Okay, here's Rakonovs with a greater res. Let's just take them. Why don't do the runes, make core skills, summon the meteorites, and then I trigger another class skill, give 150 offering, and then you trigger Warcry. Meteorites is not a skill. Meteorites is like an effect of a skill. So you have to trigger a skill to get this 150 offering. No? Yeah, it says evoke a power from another class. Okay, it might work with just the meteorites, but I think this means that you need a skill from another class. If you just do meteorites all the time, I don't think this will give you just 150 offering all the time. Like, that's gonna be crazy. So this is a 1 second cooldown, overflow increase meteorite spawns. Yeah. I'd be surprised if that just straight up gives you 150 offering if you do this. This is not right, there's a bug in the planner right now, acted mod. Hello. Thank you. We're cooking here. And you?
It's your time to cook.
Yeah.
I cooked everything.
Mm-hmm.
Enjoy whatever's about.
Thank you. Wonder if mercenary damage times count. Huh, that would be interesting. I doubt it though. That'd be really weird. Can I explain the offering again? Basically, offering is just a counter for activating a rune. So there are two types of runes, one that gives you offering and one that consumes offering. And it gives you offering based on certain conditions. And then whenever you reach this offering threshold for the consumption, you will trigger it. So that's basically it. He farmed 2 greater Affix Ubers and then died today. Okay. What did he die to? What happened? Okay, let's remove this. I guess we need a weapon anyway. So let's try this. Let's do bursting. Okay, let's see what happens. Uber Lilith. Oh no. How do we do this best? Let's take flurry, I guess, or something. Yeah, I have to. What elemental damage are we supposed to be around? You want to have 300 cold. So you have the full Frigid Fate bonus. Imagine they fixed Shadow Clone in the expansion. I wonder what Shadow Clone... What does it actually do when I put points into it? What does it say here? It seems like it actually ramps up, right? The Shadow Clone deals 78% of your damage. And then deals an additional 20%. Yeah, but I mean, realistically, they will not have to fix this, right? There's like no chance. Okay, let me do multiple dummies. Wait a minute. I'm getting too much resources. We have 6 ranks to innovation, and this has my bursting venoms. Oh shit. Okay. Okay, this has no innovation. Let's do one there. Thank you so much for the sub, Actimon. What? Yeah, I can actually just spam it, man. True. So you can actually solve your resources that way. As long as you proc your bursting venoms often enough. That's kind of funny. You just press it, look at my resources. I don't see the fire explosions though. Oh, wait a minute. Ragnarok doesn't explode because it doesn't have a cooldown anymore. That's kind of funny, actually. Okay. But yeah, you can actually just like have your resources solved this way, so I guess you're gonna be fine. This Ragnarok's idea is pretty good, I like it. That Umbra is a shard. What if I cast like 2 skills at once? Oh. It does trigger on like any cooldown, right? Yeah, boom boom, okay. So there's like no internal cooldown on Ragnarok, it seems. Okay. We go for this. We're gonna have really low cooldown. I can basically press Death Trap all the time we want. Get all our stuff back. So even if we ever run into issues with Poison Imbuement being down, we just press Death Trap again. Easy. Can even put like 1 point in Aftermath if you want or something. Just to get a bit of energy back. A bit of healing. Get like Shadow Steps all the time. Yeah, I think it's gonna be nice. Shadow Clone duration increases the unstoppable duration. Where is unstoppable? Where is Shadow Clone duration actually? Shadow Clone. Offensive. 36%. Nah, that's not very much though. This is already like a 12 out of 12. So 35% is like 1.5 seconds extra. Or close to 2 seconds maybe. I mean, to be fair, the offensive category has become not that important anymore. Like with some builds, you have like thousands of additive. And even losing like a Dark Shroud temper, now that it's nerfed, it's not that crazy. If you don't have to scale something like Victimize with Vulnerable, or Close Quarters with Close Damage, and Precision with Crit. Like Momentum builds, Alchemical builds, Exposure builds, they have nothing. So you can definitely give up some offensive tempers for stuff like that if you want. And for example, if you really value having permanent unstoppable, this could be a thing. Doesn't actually reflect here. It doesn't say it though. Shadow Clone duration. Now you can get to the point where with preparation you just have perma unstoppable. Like clone every 5 seconds or clone every, I don't know, 7 seconds, 8 seconds. Very doable, I think. You can do like 1 temper, master work it up a bit, get like 8 seconds on the unstoppable. Or something like that, and just cast a clone every 8 seconds. I think it's quite doable. And then, then you can do stuff like Tybalt's Will. Interesting. I think it's gonna become more interesting when they actually make Shadow Clone do something more than just unstoppable and preparation procs. So if you ever get like Shadow Clone as like an actual tool, I think I have way too much rest in the setup, but okay. No idea. Let's just put like a skull or something. I also have armor. Armor might be too much. I don't know. I don't know how much we need, so we'll see. We can fix that later. So I think this is fine for now. And you might not even want to go for the resource cost reduction here. Maybe actually go for the chance to restore resource. So a chance to restore resource there, and then when we have poison imbuement. I never thought about this, that you can press poison imbuement to get resources while bursting weapons is active. That's actually legit. If you have consistent perma bursting weapons anyway, you can just do that. Even without starters. You can cast 4 counters at the same time with Sky Hunter, Maya Sharpshooter, and Shadow Clone. Best build for Rogue at the moment in Season 5 is Barrage and Darius. Okay, what else can we make here? That would be like very interesting. Can we do like any other interesting like imbuement combos? I wonder how good this would be on like a typical precision build, let's say. I think precision is probably too powerful to give up for a chemical admixture. And how much damage can we get out of this if you go mixed cold imbuement? So this is 40%, right? Let's see. So 40% damage bonus, and then we have just from this 669% imbuement potency. So instead of 40% damage, you leave 300% bonus. So this is like roughly triple damage in a setup like this without changing anything else, which is a bit unrealistic, I guess. But I think precision gives us more than triple, quite a lot more than triple damage, to be fair. How much is the typical precision? Probably more like times 6 or so, if I had to guess right now. Here's rapid fire, for example. Let's take this one. Okay, here's a 308% bonus. I need to double check this real quick. Okay, it includes the base. The base 50%, and then plus 15% of my critical strike bonus. Okay. And we also have the advantage we don't have to stack crit chance very much. Like, honestly, if anything, I can take this build and make this a barrage build or something, or a rapid fire build. You can literally just throw in rapid fire with improved rapid fire with the Scoundrel's Kiss, and we just stand there and we blast. We have infinite resources. And we can play Poison Rapid Fire or something, or Poison Barrage. It's actually back. I played Poison Barrage in Season 4. And it was super fun, man. Hello, Minotaur. How does Trick Attack works on staggered bosses? You get 2 stacks? No, I think the boss just staggers and doesn't count as you applying a crowd control. So you get nothing, I think, from except Trick Attacks. Sakan's not usable. Made a better Arrows build. Now, technically, if you don't care about which ultimate you use, and you only want to use like a ultimate for no witnesses, then you have a very easy time. Include Word of Arcane. Press your rain of arrows every 5 seconds. And boom, right? That would be kind of interesting. Just using like a support Word of Arcane. But you have to give up your neck. And this thing doesn't even give anything besides some impunity ranks. So it is pretty costly, I'd say. The movement ranks are nice and all, but it's buggy here. So yeah. And bosses are staggered to get full trick attacks bonus? Wait, since when is that? Dark Side said so. That's news to me. I need to check that. I'm playing Andarius, Toxic Alchemist, Rain of Arrows, Arrow Storm, Momentum. Holy shit. And then you pocket with what? Blade Shift or what? But yeah, anyway. Like, how good is it to use Word of Arcane? It gives you like all the Rain of Arrows cooldown that you need, right? You can just cast Rain of Arrows as often as you want. You can cast it every 5 seconds easily by getting like 1 preparation proc basically. Has a very long animation though. So you probably want to go bow. Like it's the ultimate damage, so you can like easily get your no witnesses damage multiplier up. The Rain of Arrows cast twice is kind of whatever. I guess it would still do some damage, because a build that would use this and wants to scale Alchemical Admixture, yeah, it would actually be an option, I think, to play like a hybrid build where you do like Rain of Arrows and TB, or Rain of Arrows and Barrage, or something like that. Where the Rain of Arrows will still do something. In fact, it will do quite a lot, because it also gives you stuff like Mixed Shadow Imbuement. And you have so much extra imbuement potency, like this is literally like straight up double damage for the next 8 seconds after you cast it. Like that alone is already so worth it. Huh. Also freeze everything. Yeah, of course imbuement potency affects shit imbue. Everything is affected by it. The numbers, like every number basically is affected by it. That's a pretty interesting concept. And we get our helm slot back because we don't need a cooldown reduction there. We get all the cooldown we need just from Word of Arcane. What do we give up? What do we give up? I guess we have to give up bursting venoms. I think we're gonna give up bursting venoms. We put creeping death there. We give up all these passives, but okay. We can get away without that, I guess. Like, how much damage do you gain from this shadow imbuement effect? It's 12%, let's calculate. So it's 12. And then it's 30%, I think, from rain of arrows. Yes. Times 1.3. Now we are actually at the point, I think, where Blade Dance just doesn't go into two-handed anymore. It might go in a normal slot, so we can put corruption there. Which is kind of funny to think about. But I could try that. So this would be 90% imbuement potency. That's 1.9. Then we have efficacy glyph. So this 12% bonus is already at 35% damage bonus. And then we have alchemical admixture. And here you get a 669%. Oh my god, dude. So we get like almost a 300% damage bonus from the fucking shadow imbuement, dude. Okay. Seems pretty good, actually. There's another perk here. We get our boots back. We don't need the Rakanov boots anymore. Because we do all three elements anyway every 5 seconds. You just need to press rain of arrows every 5 seconds. And you're just gonna do it. The lunging strike Lilith kill. Sure. Damn. It's actually kind of crazy. And not only that, I mean, you're gonna have so much imbuement potency that even without like crazy investment into like your shadow imbuement or something, your shadow imbuement is just gonna blow up shit. You just press rain of arrows, it's gonna blow up the entire screen, don't even have to do anything for it. And then you just walk up to the boss and you start twisting blading. I think it's actually a legit option. Like this mixed shadow imbuement is just so much damage. When you scale it like this. It must do everything for you. Yeah. Okay, lunging strike, what is this? Why is it so laggy? Dude, 100 million lunging strikes. Looks kind of funny. You can probably go way higher, actually, right? I mean, bash goes to like billions, so I guess lunging strike can also do it. It's basically just a scuffed bash, right? Go to the elements of temper. Yeah, you can. We discussed this earlier. Like pre-Doombringer, I guess he would do like a temper or something. Okay, let's try it as like Roa variant. Equip. What if I can? Yeah, we don't need this Harlequin crest, So we can do something else there, whatever we want. We don't need a Markernos Wake either. And then we just need to like put a few points there. We need like 1, 2, 3. I guess we also want to do 1, 2, 3 here because they're gonna actually do damage with our Rain of Arrows, right? So we need 6 points for this. That's gonna be like kind of the hard part. But yeah, maybe we don't need this very much. So let's just do something like this here. I can't spend the 11 points right now. And then we do Clone, we do Corruption. And then we do Blade Dancer here. So normal Blade Dancer, but okay. Because now at this point we don't have to rely on the Twisting Blades that much anymore. We just Word of Arcane down all the AoE packs. Like, what the fuck is this actually? Like, what do you even do here? Like, okay, I guess. Yeah, now, what do we do instead of the helm? Unequip. Ariel, Lucian, Ghostslayer, Cal. We don't really want any of this. What about this new one? Increasing the damage dealt by 60%. I mean, I could just throw this in if you want or something. It's just 60% damage goes, why not? 20 crit, by the way. I mean, you give up a lot of defense. Why not? Let's just do it. Dude, what is up with that crit, dude? Crit movement? 54% crit chance, by the way. Like, what? This might be a bit squish, I don't know. We have Doombringer though, can't be that squish. We have a Doombringer. And then we change this. Get back our Noxious Eyes. We probably don't need the energy per second anymore. I'm not sure yet. We don't go for Cowl here. This is not a crit build, it's a poison build. So yeah, I mean, Cowl would help us with like Shadow Immune pops and so on, but that's about it. So most of the damage comes from the poisons. I wonder if we should just go for a normal helm, honestly. For the immune ranks. I'll just put Shaco anyway. Which would be kind of weird though, because there's so much cooldown reduction. And then every 5 seconds we just reset everything by pressing Rain of Arrows. Andy for Helm. Yeah, lucky hit on TB is pretty bad, but we do have Fists of Fate. And we have Spinning Blades. And we have the chance to hit twice Temper now. So maybe with the chance to hit twice Temper, the Twisting Blades, lucky hit is not that abysmal anymore. Could do Andariel as well, which gives us a lot of healing. But it's 60% damage, I mean, it's pretty good. Christian is also not terrible. Could get Shroud can do that for more non-physical. Yeah, he can, but I think this Shroud actually outweighs it. Both offense and defensively. Especially defensively. Rain of Arrows will become a basic attack with any more CDR. Yeah, actually this Rain of Arrows build that I made here is completely based on, you know, you press Rain of Arrows and then one other skill and then Rain of Arrows and one other skill. So yeah, you can already kind of do that. Well, actually we do 2 other skills. We do like a dash or smoke grenade in between. So we get some of those damage buffs. So like rain of arrows, smoke, rapid, rain of arrows, dash, rapid, rain of arrows, smoke, rapid, or something like that. So you get a 50% buff there, which is kind of big. This could also be replaced with, I guess, exploit weakness. But yeah, it's not nearly as good as this. And his board is also relatively strong. And I gotta say, this Poison TB variant with the Word of a Khan sounds very interesting. Because one of the main issues that TB has is the AoE clear. It can do pretty high-end content pretty well, and it has ridiculous damage now with this tier. But yeah, this is kind of correct, yeah. I wonder if it's like so good that we actually want to use it on this setup as well, right? Like we just put like instead of smoke grenade, we put like the shadow movement on a bar and we just press it sometimes. It's just that good, right? If you have this much potency, you get 160% damage. Like you have to use mixed shadow movement, man. There's no way. It's just insane. We don't really need like to activate traps anymore anyway. This is season 6 now. No witnesses is sorry, deadly ambush is fixed. We don't even run it. We don't need an ambush glyph. So we don't need traps anymore that much. Why don't you use Andy for the attack speed and the animation and the damage? Yeah, you could do Andy's. But we don't care that much about the attack speed, I feel. TB is already really fast. Feels good when not needing traps, yes. Hello, Ibubaka. Appreciate the raid. Welcome, guys. I'm working on some builds for the PTR on Wednesday. Gonna be very interesting. Helm for shrouding if you're squishy. I mean, if you're talking about being squishy, then I guess Shaco just does the job better anyway. Instead of like masterworking up the cooldown, you can just masterwork up the life. I mean, that might just be the best option actually. But yeah, +4 to ranks all skills. That's like, I don't know, maybe 10% or so for Twisting Blades, and then probably like another 10% or so from the poison. So let's say 20% DPS. Plus a few other small perks that barely matter. Versus 60% that I can get from the Lilith Helm. The Lilith Helm is pretty good, I think. You also just get a capped crit no matter what. You can probably start removing crit chance from items. Like here we have crit, this could just be life now, for example. Or something like that. Do you like the Lunging Strike build? Yeah, it looks kind of funny. I also have too much movement speed here, so I can remove this. Can I actually do anything else here besides movement speed? I think I have so much movement speed. There's not really any other options, I guess. A crazy big DPS build includes Static, Tyrael, Shaco, and Doombringer. Yeah, hello guys. What am I doing? I'm just working on builds right now. So especially rogue builds I've been working on. We have like an Invigorating Strike rogue. Here's a Rain of Arrows, a Death Trap, a Dance of Knives, the new skill, and a Poison Twisting Blades. That is also looking very promising. Some pretty crazy builds that are coming up here. Is Dex % bis on amulets? Oh, did it change it maybe? Let's see. 22.8. Is that accurate? That's a lot. If that is true, it's pretty good, yeah. I guess we'll see if that's actually true though, because some of these numbers look kind of odd. So I'm not sure if they're actually accurate. Looking forward to changing plays, yes. This might be the first thing I'm gonna try. Five Paragon bots gonna be shit for bar if they don't change stuff. Why? Why does that affect bar so much more than others? Do you need to renounce stuff on PTR if we never did it on softcore? I don't think so. Unsure. But I would imagine that is part of the boost once you do the boost. Hmm. Dude, I feel like there's like so much stuff to try now, it's crazy. Like this 1 week PTR will not even be close enough. Yeah, I think so. Day 1 of PTR, I guess we're gonna do like some dancing nice build and maybe something else here, like something like this. Here, I can piece something together for some of these builds with like without getting boosted stuff. Right? I have just had to play it on hardcore and not on softcore, but that's okay. And then we'll see how some of these builds work. And then we're gonna do some level testing and progression testing as well, I suppose. Well, maybe I should start the level and progression testing, because realistically, I have to get a bit of an idea, right, of how does it actually feel to level up on the new system and so on. Will we fight Enquiries? Or maybe someone else. If there are 5 obvious boards, it will be boring. Yeah, I guess Barb legendary nerds on Paragons are... Yeah, there's a few good ones like Blood Rage, Decimator, and so on. That's kind of go in every build, right? And then there's like some kind of situational things. I think it's okay that there's like some kind of universally good ones, but I guess the situational ones are probably not good enough for what they do most of the time. Like Weapon Master with the weapon swaps, yeah, it doesn't really matter these days, barely. Or something like, yeah, the one-handed extra crit or something that they have, yeah. D4 looks better in Season 6, and D4 is looking really amazing. Can I explain what all the potency effects for the imbuements? Yeah, basically everything that has a number. So, if we look at this here, so Shadow Imbuement explodes for more damage. You get more crit from the enhanced Shadow Imbuement. You get more non-physical damage from the mixed Shadow Imbuement. You get more damage from the Poison Imbuement. Maybe more energy? I don't know. I never tried that. And yeah, then here also they have like, you know, chance to make vulnerable. So this should be a higher chance. And then you also have here the extra damage against Frozen. This is going to be higher damage. So basically everything. That chill effect. And so on. Wait, are you sure, Dark Side? I thought the potency works for everything. This is what I've learned as well. He asked the dev. Oh shit. Then his idea is dead, man. Oh no. Wait, only the primary effect. Oh man. Bjorn confirmed. Oh shit, okay. Well, in that case, false alarm. Like, I always understood that this works for everything here. So this means that we only get the more damage from the poison and from the pops. And then, okay, chill, whatever. Okay, so this idea is dead. Because I actually just worked on a build here where we're gonna use all this poison this imbuement potency, and then we're just gonna press Word of Arcane to get mixed shadow imbuement. And this is just a buff. Okay, F. Okay, in that case this is ditch. I can delete this. And we can also delete this, yeah. This will also not be necessary in that case. Fuck. Yeah. Unlucky. It's gonna be less cracked than I thought it would be. It's only gonna get like a ×6 instead of like a ×15, guys. Or ×20. Ah. Okay then. Yeah, I was always under the impression that it works for everything. Yeah, it's only for poison imbuement. I mean, shadow pops, I guess. There are ways to scale shadow imbuement very high. If you go like trigger tags, lots of ranks in shadow imbuement. If you somehow get burst damage another way, it could be kind of nice. But damn. Still looking forward to trying this down. Should increase the sound of the shadow pops. Let's go. You have to see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. What have you been working on with Heartseeker? I wonder what they're gonna do with Victimize, by the way. I feel like Victimize is just gonna be played exactly like current Andariel's Rogue. And that's it. They just go vulnerable and crit instead of poison and stuff. But otherwise it's like the same shit. It has like a 2.5 times increased chance to proc. And then it procs for flat damage without the dot effect. Nice. Using without corruption, just use one of arrows to proc undays, apply all the pops, and super fun in hordes. Yeah, I mean, I guess you can just press one of arrows and actually deal damage now with Word of Arcane, and if you have like, you know, some immune investment anyway, you could still do that, I suppose. Maybe I shouldn't have deleted the thing. We may be stuck with close quarters. Dude, what? I guess so, huh? Dealing 3 different types of non-physical. Yeah, so if this doesn't buff the potency and this doesn't buff the cold imbue damage boost, then this is pointless, right? And this is what I wanted to do, right? He just wanted to scale mixed cold imbuement with cold clip. And then just, you know, try to get something else there. Yeah, Heartseeker is so weird. Position doesn't work, momentum doesn't work. You can't really do this. Exposure, I mean... Victimize doesn't help you. Yeah, so you're actually on close quarters, yeah. New keypads have sounded insane. I mean, it is still pretty insane, to be fair. For poison builds in particular, it's insane. And I mean, the shadow pops, you can do some funny stuff with that for sure. When it comes to like AoE damage. Is there any point in pushing the pit prior to expansion? Well, I mean, there's some titles you can get at like tier 150 right now. And those titles might just go away or might be unreachable in the expansion, I don't know. Yeah, so apparently this does not buff the secondary effects of the movements, only the skill, the primary effect. This is what Dioxide got confirmed from devs. So this idea of like buffing mixed cold imbuement or buffing mixed shadow imbuement is ditch. This also makes the Vein of Arrows setup here Much weaker than I expected, I guess. Which is also sad. I mean, the momentum damage buff doesn't affect us in imbuing bonuses either. The momentum damage buff is like all damage. So basically, first your attack gets stronger, and then the immune effects come in. So that is fine. Unless there's some really weird bug going on that I'm not aware of. But it's just like a global damage multiplier that should just work. Potency is literally useless for non-poison, but there are certain uses for cold stuff. I mean, it was already kind of like not worth it to run something like efficacy or, you know, corruption or something for a cold build. And for Shadow, yeah, I thought it would have a bit more merit with this. But yeah, that's sad. I guess we'll see if they ever change that. It would have been kind of interesting to just like, you know, press Shadow Imbuement, apply this thing, and then go ham with poison for a while, and then press Shadow Imbuement. Would have been cool, I think. Like this is not really worth the trouble though. 12%, that's or whatever. I'd rather go for the poison trap. Okay, what if we like take a look at some of the other builds here? What else do we have? Like Barrage, Andariel. Like how much would that change? We can go like new chests, okay. But I think there's not really like many crazy new things that we'll go for. Okay, this Paragon board changes a bit. So we go cheap. No witness. We remove this one. We remove Deadly Ambush. So 1, 2, boom, gone. And then we have Eldritch, Exploit. No witness, cheap shot. And that's it. And then Glyphs. There's none and there's none. So we go exactly the same Glyphs. Control could be replaced with another one. Yeah. I literally have exactly those 5 glyphs we're probably gonna use anyway. We just need to cut off those 2 boards that don't have the legendary node taken, or rather this one is gonna get fixed. That's not useful anymore. This one doesn't work. There you go. I wonder if he was still on the Umbra Crux. I was kind of disappointed by it, I gotta say. So it's kind of funny with like this crossover passive selection here. It's kind of funny, you could have actually gone for this Akamaka mixture stuff as well on like a build like the Andariel Rogue, right? Where you just scale the mixed Shadow Imbuement as much as possible, where you get like this triple damage buff or something. And you don't have to go with this shitty close quarter stuff anymore. It's gonna be kind of weird now with the close damage bonus. But I guess for Barrage, you're generally gonna be in close range against important targets. You feel the difference of Umbra. Yeah, it's probably still worth it. Also, like, it solves your resources nicely. I tried to raw core skill damage using Beast Fall and alternating core and ultimate. I mean, it's quite possible now. I do it for the purpose of just casting that ultimate all the time. But it would be interesting to try to also deal damage with a core skill at the same time. On something like a Death Trap Rogue. But here I only have like a kind of support flurry that just triggers my preparation and stuff like that, and I Beast Fall, without actually trying to deal damage with it. I'm also not 100% sure if Beast Sword Boots, for example, extends the damage bonus to something like Poison Imbuement. Maybe we could do something like that. I wonder how much cooldown reduction I could get if I have like some greater affix ultimate cooldown on the Beast Sword Boots. And then like, okay, here we don't really want to master like up the trap, but here we can do like a triple trap cooldown. We could even get rid of the Starless Ring and get another trap cooldown. How much would that be? Just out of curiosity. It's 33.8. Dude, what the fuck is up with the movement speed, by the way? That can't be right. What? What? $112%. Yeah, I think this must be buggy, man. I think some of these stats are like bugged to shit here. That's insane. Put it out to 60. How do I do this here? What changed? It's the same. Also, I feel like this dexterity 532 with the GA and 1 crit. Seems like extremely high. But yeah, anyway, we'll see, I guess, if that move speed is actually true. Seems kind of odd. I don't think this is correct. Like, some of these values are off, I think. But most stats seem fine, so I don't know. I wonder if I want to go for this Shadow Imbue stuff. Maybe not. Do we have Eldritch? Oh, we have Eldritch actually. So we have to do the Shadow Imbue. But I don't even have to do the Poison Shot very much, I think. I mean, we have the damage reduction where enemies affected by traps. So that is kind of big, and that's why Poison Trap is good. But if you cast like a Death Trap every second, it should be kind of permanently affected by traps anyway. Heartseeker, Arrow Storms. I wonder how this changes. If it does. I also in close quarters, right? I can't really do anything new here. Can I tweak the skill tree a bit? This has 6 boards. So Eldritch Bounty gets the axe. And I guess this is gonna be something like this Barrage variant. That's basically gonna be similar to the... Yeah, here takes out a trade, gets removed. We have No Witness, Cheap Shot, Exploit, Deadly Ambush. Or if we do the Andariel's variant, how would you do this? Deadly Ambush is not really crazy good if you go for the Andariel's version. But maybe just don't. Do we get like any benefits to try to make this work without Andariel's? I mean, we have a new helm now, that's pretty good. We have the Lilith helm that we could run instead of Andariel. So there's that. The attack speed is not too helpful. The stats in general are not really crazy. It's just a proc. We'd have to remove something like ambush glyph. Pride is fine. Fluidity is also not really that crazy here anymore. But it does help us with the ultimate damage. Chip is fine. Control is fine. And I guess we have to do something like exploit even. Combat. I guess you could run combat. If you crit all the time at least. Or literally just throw in a headhunter. Which would be kind of funny. On exploit, worst case, is also okay. But yeah, I think this headhunter glyph could be kind of interesting. I've just a math on this. Does stealth offer anything to any other build besides some stun grenades? I mean, there used to be like the tech where you use concealment and the resistant assailment aspect that resets your concealment cooldown when you kill elites. And then the Night Stalker glyph that resets your shadow imbuement cooldown when you enter stealth. So this was a tech that we used a lot in the Season 3 especially. Like this was always the combo basically for for rogues. It was always Shadow Imbue, Night Stalker, Concealment, Resistant Assailments. And every time you fought a pack, you just reset your Concealment, and every time you press Concealment, you reset your Shadow Imbue. So you like Shadow Imbuement a lot. But it's not really needed these days, I guess. Since you have a lot more cooldown, and you have like, you know, Shadow count tempers, and I mean Shadow builds are not really a big thing right now. But yeah, there's this. Otherwise, yeah, it's mostly grenades. I mean, it will be kind of funny to run around in stealth in the PvP zone and just kind of like ambush everyone. Everyone's going to be a stealthed guy in PvP in the future. So that's kind of funny. Well, Chasing Blades hits twice as the initial stab or the return. Well, I guess it should be both. If it's just a stab, then that's useless. I would not be surprised though if it's bugged and actually it's just a stab. I wonder if these are actually real damage values for his Aerostorm Rogue now, for example. It actually got buffed quite a bit if this is true. Even though we got like way less weapon damage these days, right? Compared to live server, this is like way less. Oh, we actually have to reduce this. How's it now? Still the same, actually. So kind of interesting. What else do we have? Annoyal Puncture, Cold Barrage. I wonder if these builds changed in a big way. Probably also not really. I mean, yeah, okay, we can go to new chests instead of materials if you want. You have to drop a board. Which would actually be no witnesses in this case. Unless you get a bunch of cooldown reduction. If you get a bunch of cooldown reduction from a Shaco, you could still run no witnesses if you want. It's a very strong damage multiplier. But it can't reset it, so you have to get your cooldown very low. So probably not. Probably drop no witnesses. Without the life notes, it's not as crazy of a board anyway. Let me keep this instead. Does Shading Moon stack on boss or does it explode once? I think it explodes once when it times out. And I think it doesn't explode at all if you just keep reapplying it. I'm not sure, but it's kind of minor damage anyway. But I don't know, maybe these days you could get to the point where this is worth testing. Like all this imbuement potency, it might actually matter. You get number 6 extra imbuement charge on each wing and army. I'm gonna log in real quick and try this. Yeah, we have the new Paragon boards in the planner. I was just looking at old builds right now and see how they change. Like I made a lot of the new builds, like massively changed builds. And most of the others, okay, you do like new Paragons. But outside of that, I guess not too much will change. Maybe some tweaks like the stats and so on. And the glyphs. I need to try this. I'm not sure how the extra imbuement charges work with Shadow Imbuement. If you got like 2 pops, for example. I'm gonna try it. Did you consider using Scoundrel's Letters? I did not. And I'm not sure if it's really worth it. Scoundrel's Letters has a lot of issues and it was never really fixed. Like the main problem it has is that at least on PC, it's extremely difficult to use this item because you need to target an enemy at all times. If you don't target an enemy and just shoot into nowhere, you will not spawn traps. Which is not a problem on console because you always have a target, I guess. But here it is. And that makes it extremely clunky to use. Shit, I don't have numbers on. Okay, let's see this. Yeah, okay. So this doesn't work. You can't just pick it up. That would have been pretty good, actually, I think. Like, imagine that he could just stack up, like, I don't know, 100 of those explosions, and then it just goes, you know, barrage, you know, just spam barrage of Shadow Imbuement permanently, like, into this guy, and then just kind of keeps popping off, like, with a machine gun. And then imagine you have, like, you know, 800% imbuement potency or some shit. So that could have been pretty wild. But it doesn't seem like that works. What are the new aspects again? Dance of Knives. Entering stealth, create a poison cloud that deals 5,000 poison damage. Would be interesting to see if this would work in a grenade rogue. Just throw it in there and have extra damage. 100% chance when hitting or killing a frozen enemy to create ice splinters that fires away. I mean, it sounds funny. I'm gonna try to see how this looks. It sounds pretty crazy, actually. Why don't they make TV size tempers? The movie that's class specific seems silly. I don't think that's such a problem. And they are more like adding more and more mythic items, you know. And maybe eventually we're gonna get like some mythic crossbow or whatever. You know, why not? I don't see the problem. You already have stuff like Ahavarion that's just like a meme item for only 2 classes. And we have stuff like, I don't know, like Andariels that's really only used for like rogues and then here and there and some other builds. Rogue is effective, like Bandaris is effectively just a rogue item almost, right? Yeah, technically you can throw it on the many builds, but Helm slot is very competitive. And it keeps getting more competitive. Where NATO poison execute druid with the new mythic polearm and the poison aspect. You mean the rabies thing? Yeah, this thing could be pretty insane. I'm not sure if rabies stacks, but if it does, and this works on every single crit, then this is fucking busted. So, like, imagine this works on every single crit. Like, just imagine you spam tornadoes into a guy and have 100% crit chance. You're gonna apply like 50 times rabies per second. Like, if that works, this is completely broken. I'm not sure if rabies stacks though. Unless I give a mythic to every class in the expansion, you cannot give Spirit Bond, and its own item gets 27 to all skills. Yeah, I think people really overestimate how much skill ranks actually do. Like, one of the crazier things on that item is actually the diminishment passive that they have. Because you can actually get to like 90 or 95% damage reduction from vulnerable enemies. If you invest into that, and that's actually kind of correct. How many people are gonna get GA skill ranks during a season? Nah, on a mythic item relatively easily. Because mythic items will always be ancestral, so they will always have guaranteed 1 GA. Like, if you actually go and farm mythics, you will actually have really good chances of getting a GA mythic with the GA that you want. And if the rumors cast other class skills that do poison damage and would shine with rogue scaling. I mean, there's only poison on druid, right? There's no other poison on the other classes. I don't think there's anything with runes of rabies or something. You know, skill ranks doesn't give that much, but 21 items like a ×2 multiplier. Yeah, probably at that point. Is that poison creeper rune? There's dancing bolts. There's petrify. And bulwark. So there's no poison stuff here, I think. We have no idea how Stone Burst works with attack speed. At least I don't. We'll see. Yeah, honestly, I think these like cold shadow builds are just ditch. Like looking at this with the alchemical mixture, like I think there's like no reason to run this. Yeah, sure, for like leveling and whatever, right? But since you just generally want to progress to higher difficulties as soon as possible because you get like higher XP multiplier and everything, like there's no reason to run something like a cold or a shadow TB or flurry, I think. Yeah, for rapid fire, fine. And for barrage and all these range skills with precision, you go cold, maybe you go shadow for like some farming. But I feel like for like the melee builds, it's like poison or no busts basically. Skillty has a thing that gives attack speed a while and after your stone burst, so I guess it might work with attack speed. They made some channel skills work with attack speed lately, so I guess stone burst might also work and it might like grow faster. Yo, Typico, thanks for the sub, dude. Shadows for the first 2-3 hours of a season. Yeah, kind of like that. But maybe not even, honestly. Maybe you just want to try to go for like poison scaling right away. And go to the higher difficulty, go to like expert. Give me a rogue mythic that has +20 to malice. How about +20 to weapon mastery? Actually, how much do I have in weapon mastery? Which build was that? I made some standard the other day that had this ridiculous amounts of weapon mastery. Was it Dance of Knives? There's a Shiras. Yeah. 16 ranks. Can I not just do the same on like the Invigorating Strike broke? You have the Shard of Arathiel. No, we need the Temper, I guess. There's like the Invigorating Strike Glyphs, and like this, yeah, we already have one. So I guess not really. But yeah, on Dance of Knives, we have 16 ranks of Weapon Mastery. Could be one more. Once you find Bursting Venoms, you never look back. Yeah, pretty much. For many builds, I think that's gonna be the way. It's just like, you go Shadow until you get Bursting Venoms, and then you go Poison and go up in difficulty or something. But it kind of sucks, you can only enter Penitent difficulty if you are at least level 50, apparently. I'm not sure why. But only like level 50 to 60 you can actually level in the highest difficulty. It's kind of weird. So I have to go Expert, I guess. So you start on Expert, then level 50 go Penitent. But 50 to 60 might be kind of slow. Maybe you're gonna rush to 50 really fast. And then 50 to 60 is kind of slow. Because they also said that at 50, the item power scales up really fast per level. So I guess you're kind of supposed to like spend more time per level, get a bunch of upgrades and so on. Amazed that buff basic skills. I'm not sure. We have Shard for Arathiel. It's gonna be quite exciting to actually level a fresh character on Wednesday as well. I think I'll do something like that. Data mine. I noticed like the data mine on Wowhead that I had, right? I saw some stuff earlier. There's an old link here. News maybe? Ultimate skills will have ranks. New damage change and affix. This here, Dynamite item changes. Maze, you say? Can we see uniques here? Yeah, look, all these like data mined items, they have like so much, yeah, overpower damage, but also like these numbers are just off, right? 196 overpower damage, it says, and the requires level 86. This doesn't even exist. So, I think there's like some shit off with the data mines, and I think it's probably the same here. If you look at this, or if we add a maze. Yeah, look, this has also the 196, but it's probably inaccurate. Isn't it just test items? Yeah, there's probably like a lot of like test items and like unused items and items that will eventually become items. But yeah, anyway. There's only some interesting stuff, but it's mostly like Spiritborn stuff, I think, that is like interesting to see here. Is that basically like quarter stuff? Yeah, this is one that I've already previewed long time ago. It's called Sepan Sontek. You can make a Shadow Imbue build that scales Shadow Imbue pops at a new key passive. You can do that, yes. But problem with something like that is always the boss damage. So for something like Infernal Hordes, it's gonna be pretty cool. Or if you somehow happen to still have pretty good boss damage, but if you build a setup like this, then you're not gonna have good boss damage almost no matter what you do. It's gonna be very tough at least. I talked about the Spiritborn Mythic Polearm, seems kinda broken. Yeah, that's not the only thing about the Spiritborn that's broken. There's a pretty based design choices on that class. Yeah, this one. PTR cache Mythic Uniques. Okay. It's gonna be interesting on this PTR. Hate shard core. Isn't this icon like some super old school 9-pin dungeon icon or something like that? From like a preview from like 4 years ago or something like this? Shroud of False Death just looks underwhelming. Well, then you will be surprised when you try it out. Look at this, look at the movement speed. Did they actually put that much movement speed on these boots? 45.8% movement speed, man, what the fuck? But yeah, also this here, like, something must be buggy, because what is this with the requirement? New level cap is 86. Maybe left on. I wonder like which other uniques that kind of changed in like a big way. I gave Eaglehorn more attack speed, for example, but okay, it's not really enough. Culver, 7 Piercer. Endurant Faith has like more like a hit now. They did like these small tweaks to a lot of items that is just like a bit better now or something like that. So actually to go back and actually look at every single item again and see like what actually changed and so on. Look at also here, Asus Heirloom, lots of move speed suddenly. More res. Check out the craze of the Death God gloves, what the hell? Getting stacked with dots. It's like this Spiritborn item that gives you like a poison dot instead of taking direct damage. Yeah, that's pretty OP. It's lowering from 60 per int to 120. Wait, let me see that again. Here. Oh yeah, true. Increased by 120% for every 100 int. I mean, like these days, you don't need rubies in your armor anymore for life. You can stick int. And you also have like this normal node buffing glyph, right? I think as the worst build might actually be real. Does this class have two of them? No, there's only one eliminator. So here, if you put like what has like a lot of int? Let's just take this one. Put eliminator. So there's 90 int. You can get like basically 600-700 int or so extra. Plus 150, 150, 150. It's like 600 here, 600 there. It's like 1200. You can reach like, I don't know, 3000 int or something. Kinda good. Wonder how good it is though. I think it doesn't really start at a good starting point, so I'm not sure. But it also has this crazy damage reduction per cracking energy charge, which I think can lead all the way to like 81% damage reduction or something like that. So it's gonna be like a giga tank just from this. And then you crackle. It might be real build actually. Hello, Daryl. Any other big changes here? Flash render. Flash render also got major buffs, man. Yeah. Shout Druid is probably gonna be a thing. Flicker Step also has crazy movement speed, man. They put a lot of movement speed on these boots. The Harmony Helm. Very balanced. They try to make it a thing earlier. Yeah, Shout Druid is actually something we discussed. We might make a full maximum guide for it. You wanna see a meme build of Iceheart Brace and Frost Nova Enchant playing Lightning Spear? Yeah, just wait for the moment when they give you like an option to convert your Frost Nova into like a fire explosion. And then it goes like boom, 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 boom. And then you can make a build out of it. Logan's Talisman. Got some very minor buffs there. Ironic Wing got more crits. Awesome. Race got some buffs. Darius charge bar gonna go crazy. And Darius charge bar. Yeah, lots of like random spirit bond stuff in there. There's also more crit chance here on Rage of Harrogate. It's like adding lots of crit chance and movement speed everywhere, I feel. Here also more movement speed, more cooldown. Also those stuff got like slight readjustments, like here, we go from 12 to 20 to 13 to 21 maximum resource. Okay. Fire Rest on its ringer would actually be useful now. Dude, Sacrilegious Soul Ring has 26 movement speed as well. It's funny. There's also like slight improvements. Skyhunter also has more attack speed now. The door will be OP. The double damage and 3000 int crazy multiplier. OP. I mean, let's see about OP. I mean, it starts at a point where I've never even seen anyone play it. But maybe it will be OP. A lot of stuff gets some pretty major buffs, but yeah, Isadora's might be decent now. I don't know. I've never seen anyone. It's Spirit Born specific. Must be 2 in a weapon, then it's good though, not a mace. It's actually such a nice weapon, man. Pages and chance for concentration deal double damage and shoot flash guns and barrier for 10% life for 4 seconds. But then the effect does like nothing. Ugh. It's basically like a wannabe Doombringer. Someone had a build using Mythic Spear this season. Okay. I mean, now that they are reworking these shrines, I think the shrines are all gonna do weapon damage now and not like the damage based on like the monster level. So I might be able to actually scale those Conduit shrines and Blastoise shrines pretty high. And maybe you can actually use Alvarion for that purpose now. The Unmaker. Mm-hmm. As weird as I didn't do anything with like Vox Omnium and with the Basilisk and stuff like that. Like really crappy items. But yeah, okay. Okay, so this is pretty much it here, I guess. And the other is like aspect changes or something. Weapon aspect. Ah. Factoring cash. I think it's the mercenary stuff, right? Okay. PDR cash. Okay. Cat armor. Alright. Any changes here? Okay, that's probably all his little stuff. Used to summon an ammo that can be used by 4 players to repair their gear. Used to prevent durability loss on your next 2 deaths. Funny. Oh. The Khazar shards. Increase the level of monster by 10. Interesting. Stamina potion requires level 86. Mm-hmm. I got so much stuff, dude. A lot of expansion stuff here as well, that doesn't really matter right now anyway. That can be interesting to check out. think animation would be better if you had a separate system where you activate unique effects and aspects so you can instead focus on your affix on your items. No, I don't think so. Like the main change I would like to see for itemization is to limit mythic items to one build. I think this would make theorycrafting and like, you know, making builds and like actually farming for builds way more interesting. Like I don't mind that mythic items are pretty OP, but I do mind that like eventually we just like have half of our builds full of mythics. And it's like always the same items. So that's a bit boring. There's another post for class change and aspects are there. So this one. Skills. I guess here you can see everything. Okay. Aspects. Oh boy. Yeah, I mean, this is what they said, like, all the aspects got, like, a +5. And it really goes up to 100% now, holy. Remember how rare Ubers were at the beginning? Yeah. They were basically not in game. They buffed Undying as well, man. Oh my god, once damage dealt has a 45% chance to do damage to all enemies around you. When you're missing like 5% more than it has guaranteed on a two-handed. It's funny. Hectic is also buffed. Interesting. Moonrise is also buffed to 100%. Damn. Expected is actually not buffed because it has the same cap. But I guess there will be cases where now you can do like 2 common point setups and still run this, get 24%. Okay. Morning, Silek. Thanks for subting. Would like it to wear some mythics unique to rune words. Yeah, I think it would be kind of interesting if there was something like actually building rune words from Diablo 2. I don't know. I kind of like the nostalgia part of it. I mean, realistically, it's nothing different from like a unique item, right? You can either drop a unique item or you can make a unique item using 5 runes. So I guess the outcome is the same, but it is kind of cool, I feel, doing it. We're going to do a fuck ton more damage than we are now, but the nerf to boss health if we're gonna reach pretty high in the pit. Yeah, I think that a lot of builds will actually start struggling to survive though. Because it seems like the difficulty of the monsters will keep going up. Like even post pit 65 that unlocks Torment 4, which is already going to be really tough. Like right now, pit 101, or like pit 100 is where monster damage stops scaling as far as I know. And then they just need more damage from there. But I think in the new pit, monster damage will always keep scaling, so you always need to be more tanky at some point as well. And if you go that high, then it's gonna just be super squishy, I think. Hi, Gary. Environment bossing was not something you did for regular drops. Yeah, it would be cool if it was like a system similar to something like the Ubers from D2 or so, I agree. I mean, you can still make something like that, I guess. If they ever want to give us something like, you know, like an Annihilus, or like, you know, equivalent of that. There's some special thing. But I think tormented bosses will be gone anyway, right? There will only be normal bosses now. There's no Stitch and Stones anymore, I think. So I guess you're generally just gonna have like, you know, this is Torment 1 version of the boss, Torment 2 version of the boss, Torment 3 version, and so on. And then, okay, like the higher Torment versions will drop more stuff, they said, but I guess it's gonna be like less than it was before. Well, I wonder if this will still have the stacks. Probably not. How much armor is Star gonna give you now? I have no idea. You can now actually hit 100% chance to split into 2 arrows with a neck branching volleys. Kinda cool. So they said these like last 5 levels of aspects can only drop ancestral items, right? So it's gonna be quite long actually to max out your codex. I like that. Now good blaster buses now. I always wanted to try something like a Doombringer, Blast Trapper, I don't know, Elemental Surge build or something like that. It could be kind of funny. But I wonder how good it is. We also have Victimize these days. You can actually combine this with Victimize as well, just throw that in. Because why not? %30 less damage from crowd controlled enemies, some cheats aspect. Oh, that's pretty good. And Shrouding, 4.5 now. That's also pretty crap. Escape Artist, 10 attacks, dodging. At some point I need to realize that items are just mats. Let's just drop mats instead. I mean, you also need items to actually equip your character, no? Can't believe they still have not deleted Mangros aspect when concussive strikes exists. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Juggernaut said 3099 armor. I mean, it should basically cap you for the most part on the highest roll, but I don't know if that's actually true, so. I'm surprised I haven't added rare legendary aspects and mythic aspects. like a greater affix version of an existing aspect. That's basically what is happening now. So previously, most aspects have 16 ranks, and now they added 5 ranks to everything. Actually, I'm kind of curious what about like Storm Chaser, for example. But those extra 5 ranks, I believe, can only appear on ancestral items. So it's basically exactly that. It's like greater affix aspects, kind of. So that actually has been improved. What about clandestine? Not changed, actually. They were too afraid. Okay. To buff it. Okay. That's the one that gives you subterfuge ranks, so you could put it on a 2-handed weapon and get lots of Dark Shroud ranks. Yeah, they did rework the skill trees a bit. They added a bunch of skills, passives, key passives. They made like new connections, they reworked a bunch of stuff. Lots of interesting things actually going on. Anyway guys, I think I have to go more for this tomorrow. I gotta go. I actually have some stuff to do before sleep. I'll raid someone. So hope you enjoyed the stream, guys. Sprinting energy got buffed. Yeah, I mean pretty much everything got buffed, right? So it's just kind of like, you know, it's like nice to see how much did it actually change and like what exactly did it do, and like now it's like, you know, it kind of shifts the balance between certain aspects that I had in my head a little bit, right? For example, Edgemaster's aspect is 5% more, and so is Conceited. So Conceited went from 25 to 30, so the relative increase is lower for Conceited than it was for Edgemaster's aspect. So now it's like, okay, they want to use Edgemasters more often instead of Conceited, and these kind of things. So this is kind of like why it's nice to look at these. Anyway, though, that's a Darth microtransaction today. How about that? And I'm gonna go. Thanks for support, guys. I'm not 100% sure if I'll be streaming tomorrow. Nini and me will be away for 2 days, so it might be either tomorrow a little bit, otherwise on Tuesday. So have a good one.